Good evening, Internet, and welcome to Kenter at Your Own Risk, special episode number 69, where Kent, Kevin, and Chris are going to discuss the entire Friday the 13th movie and other media franchise. It's been a little bit since the last one. I'm doing pretty good. I somehow messed up my shoulder, and I've been dealing with that, but hopefully be finding out what I actually did tomorrow. Outside of that, how are you guys doing?
I am doing good too. I thank you guys for holding with me while I had COVID, and then a whole week recovering from that. And my my stepfather's dad died like right before Labor Day, and then at the funeral on Labor Day, I got COVID. So like I went back to work on like Wednesday for one day, and then I had COVID and was out for a week, and then that whole other. I think it was that Sunday, yeah, the 8th, that we were supposed to do this. So yeah, I'm feeling much better. Had a lot of time to get into this, and hopefully it won't be all blurred together in COVID delirium.
I'm alright. I got a new TV. So that's cool.
Nice. What'd you get?
I end up getting a Hisense. It was like their top of the line QLED before you get into the OLED. I wanted something cheaper, but every time I picked something, it wasn't going to ship until like after today. It was probably going to be like early October, and I did not want to mess around with that heading into October. So yeah, I got that, and yeah, that's really about it for me.
Oh, I got a 4K player, and I hooked it up today. I should have said that. Oh, my birthday was yesterday also. I should have also the nice things that happened.
Happy birthday, Kevin.
Thank you. And yeah, I got a 4K player, and I hooked it up, and I tried out Giant on it, and because I bought that on 4K, the James Dean movie, and the digital code expired. It was like 2 years old, and it expired. It pissed me off. I was very disappointed about it, because I probably wouldn't have spent $20 on it if it was just the 4K, unfortunately. But anyways, yeah. So, and I can't wait to get to the end, because I saw a couple horror films in the theater this week, and I saw, yeah, so we can get into that later.
All right. Well, if you guys are ready, let's just jump right in. This, I think, if I'm correct, is Kent's favorite horror franchise. Would I be correct in that? Got
No.
me close. No.
It's probably my third favorite, second or third. Nightmare's always going to be my favorite because of Freddy.
Either way, though, I mean, it's definitely up there for you. I mean, the mask has been like your symbol as far as long as I've been like friends with you on
Yeah.
Facebook.
Dude, I bought the whole outfit, and then I got sick this week, so everything that I was going to do, I think I'm just going to have to wait till next year. But I do have everything ready for a Jason outfit some year. Yay.
All right, so that being said, this was definitely not one that I kept up with as a kid. You know, my parents weren't big fans. They didn't push it at me. Having watched and rewatched all of them now, there were definitely a couple that I caught as we were growing up. And, you know, some I went back, like the original, I went back and watched when I was late teens or early 20s, you know, just because it's regarded as, you know, like a classic and the formation of, and one of the formative movies for the whole slasher genre as a whole. But yeah, there were a lot of them as we were going through this that I did not remember watch. Well, I'm sure that I didn't watch as we were going. So it definitely was an interesting trip down memory lane and you know, through the 80s and 90s, and I guess early 2000s for some of it. I remember it. Well, we'll get into that as we go along. But what I remembered of some of the series was definitely tainted by some of the later installments rather than what actually occurred in the earlier movies. But be that as it may, you guys let me have Friday the 13th, the original, released in 1980, directed by Sean S. Cunningham. The movie starts in the past. Well, at that point, we don't realize that it's the past. There's a party in a camp. A couple of teenagers are hooking up, and they got relatively early on. And then we flash forward several years, and we've got a young woman traveling to Camp Crystal Lake because they're trying to reopen it. She's hitchhiking. She goes to a nearby town, meets a bunch of crazy people. While she's traveling, we flash to some of the people who are already there, and from there we go into a relatively grounded slasher movie. My question to you, and I asked you guys this, but I didn't really get it. How does the movie look now without watching the HD version?
What do you mean?
Well, like the HD version, the film was crisp as shit. It didn't look like it was filmed in 1980. It looked like it could have been filmed in the 2000s. The restoration that they did was that good. So, I mean, does the actual cinematography and the film quality hold up without going through that version?
I wish I don't even know if I still have my DVD copies or not. I don't really have much to compare it to, but I will say this. On this TV in particular, this shit looked fucking like modern day quality.
That was what I was saying. Like, it was such a good and then watching the ones after that looked significantly lower quality. I'm like, is this just because this is the only one I'm watching, the restoration of in HD, or was it just that the original was filmed that well when they filmed it? Do you know what I mean?
I think they put a lot of heart into restoring this one, and I think they put some effort into part 2, and then they kind of gave up. Because I did notice that part 2 looked a little bit better than the latter ones.
Yeah, for sure. I'll agree with that too.
But yeah, they put a lot into that. Like, I was just stunned at how well it looked.
Dude, it was gorgeous. The cinematography, I think it was just shot that well. It was a really good movie in a lot of ways. But yeah, I thought that it was shot incredibly well, and it does. The others are not as good of a quality. Going down the ladder, I've noticed. So I don't honestly know. I think I'm gonna say just shot that well because even like with Kevin Bacon and that girl dancing on the docks there, it was amazing. Like it looked like like you forget that you're watching like a Friday the 13th movie.
You were watching them dance and not at his short shorts.
Well, of course.
Just checking.
And the end is absolutely gorgeous with her on the water with her like reflection.
Yeah,
that.
It was really high quality shot. Like I said, I watched this one maybe like 25-ish years ago for the first time. I didn't watch it when I was a kid growing up. That I knew for certain. And I mean, I remember watching it after Scream, with the introduction at the beginning, showing us who the actual killer is versus, who has become synonymous with the series. But, I was just really impressed this time. I had forgotten a lot of the little details. I mean, some of the stuff was a little off. Like, some of the acting was wooden. Like, the script wasn't necessarily the greatest. The guy refurbishing the camp, I forgot what his name was. Steve? Yeah. I don't know what the fuck Steve's deal with.
He really liked that diner lady.
But, I mean, like, the scene at the beginning with the Annie meeting up with the townspeople, and then getting the hitchhiking ride, and some of just the interactions with the teens. It was. I read in an article, and they were like, we constructed it kind of to be an anti-Halloween. We set it in the woods instead of in a building, or like a house. We had an old lady be the killer instead of the young dude, and we specifically wanted to kill off all the people who had sex and drugs. But I just it's a decently well written script. It's well shot for sure. It's not necessarily gratuitous, but it also doesn't always shy away from the kills, which is nice because it felt it struck a nice balance between, like some of the sequels that felt like exploitation and something like we might be talking about next month in like our PG-13 series where they just shy away. You never see the blood. So it definitely felt like a nice compromise. It was definitely a great introduction to the series. The characters weren't well defined, but they weren't horribly defined either. I mean, I think overall through the course of this series, that's one of the biggest problems, is that we don't really have a through line other than Jason for a good portion of it.
That's exactly pretty much why I prefer Nightmares, because they spend time developing the characters. As opposed to this, it's more about the body count than the character development.
But for this one, because it's the first one and they hadn't set any of the expectations, I think they did a decently well job. Like, they're not... I think 2 might have some of the best character development, but, like, Alice is definitely not a bad final girl. I remember reading a comment from you as we were talking about it when we first kicked off, starting getting ready for this one, where you were talking about how, like, you loved Annie, and she really did have a lot of character. I forgot that she got, murdered so early within the movie, Kevin. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, what was I going to say? Oh, I have a question for you guys. So there is no, they don't really mention Jason or the mom in the movie, at all until the very end, really. It's the one guy who drives Annie mentions something about the boy drowning. But is there, no... It's not even really a mystery. It's just, I guess to some degree you're guessing, but if you take away the whole Jason thing, already knowing who Jason is and watching it, and, I don't know, for the first time, you're just kind of just watching it, right? And then all of a sudden, it kind of just
probably if you didn't all right. So we grew up, and by the time we were of age to watch this, we already knew who the fuck Jason was. But imagine watching it in '80,
the Easter Bunny.
There wasn't really any precedent set at that time. So they didn't plant much there.
I think I'm trying to remember if there was a little title thing or something right at the very beginning, or a newspaper clip or something, before it gets to the portion at the party where the teens are all hooking up. Because I want to say I feel like there was something there, but nothing. I don't believe it ever stated Jason's name or Mrs. Voorhees' name, at that point. It's not even a mystery because. A mystery would give you the ability to figure it out. It just, there's information that's not there. So I don't know how, seeing this for the first time without any context to draw from, you would have been like, oh yeah, the killer is obviously Mrs. Voorhees, the mother of the child who drowned.
There's some slashers, though, of that time frame, like the early 80s, where they don't give a whole lot for you to work with. They got better about that as... by mid to late 80s, they got significantly better with it.
And when I watched it the first time, this time around, I was like, there's no red herrings. The second time, I guess the old man, the crazy dude, I guess if you were watching it, I guess you might think that this guy might be killing everyone, because he's telling people not to go to Camp Blood and
You're doomed.
yeah, dude, yeah. So like, I mean, I guess maybe back at that time, if you're a teenager watching it, you'd be like, oh, maybe, you know. So
That would be my only gripe about the film is that dude's character, because like at this point there's only been 2 murders, and 1 negligent death in Jason. So like expecting everybody to go out there to be doomed seems a little crazy for Crazy Ralph. I mean, knowing what would come in the movies after that, if he was doing that, which he did in part 2 as well, would make sense. But in this one, it kind of does feel like a red herring now that you
But he was
bring it
also
up,
the
Kevin.
messenger of God in some capacity. And most of the movies had one kind of weirdo. I mean, look at, part 8, you had the deckhand, you have a grave digger. You have these random characters that kind of give a warning. And yeah,
Even part 3.
like it just I don't know, like it's cool. Ralph is awesome, and I will say this: I only picked it up on this very last watch. I don't know, a few days ago. Ralph had a wedding ring on. That implies that Ralph at some point was married. He did not strike me as a married man.
no. He seemed like a divorced man.
I can see that.
I
Yeah.
can see that. yeah. It's me or God, Ralph. Ah! You gotta stop.
Our
telling
marriage
those
is doomed.
kids what to do.
You know what? He was a widower, and the only reason he says that is because his wife died. Before she died, she was like, "This marriage is doomed," and then she got like clipped by a bus, and he took that with him. That's stuck in his mind.
I'm good with that.
So yeah, I really enjoyed it. I am glad for certain that I watched this one, and you guys gave it to me to lead a discussion through. I really think that like Betsy Palmer as Mrs. Voorhees did like a really good job of being a credible older female murderer too. Like, I was impressed by the action sequences too towards the end when they start getting into the fights between her and Alice. I was like, this is pretty realistic, and they're not holding back. It didn't feel like fake teenage woman movie fight.
No, Mrs. Voorhees seemed like she could kind of handle herself. I liked that about her. She seemed like a quote unquote tough old broad, so to speak. With man hands.
Yeah, for sure.
Which I will get to.
Yes, with man hands.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. I mean, the other thing too, and like, reading this in an interview with Sean S. Cunningham, like the idea of Jason popping out of the lake at the end was not supposed to be a setup for a sequel. It was just supposed to kind of be like a hallucination of Alice at that point. But they made so much money that they just ran with it. So I found that interesting.
It was their Carrie moment. Every movie had to have a Carrie moment at that time.
I'll say this about the guy that plays Jason. He goes on the circuit and like tells everybody that he was the first Jason, and I hate how he characterizes himself. Like, he'll sign hockey masks as the first Jason. I'm like, dude, you didn't fucking wear the mask, okay? Like, stop it. I don't know. The guy rubs me the wrong way. That I will say that, because I had an opportunity to get some autographed stuff, and I was like, "Ooh, it's autographed by somebody who played Jason." Then I looked up, I'm like, "Oh, he was just the boy." Fuck that. I don't know. Like, autograph something else, not the hockey mask. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, everyone's gonna. I was just thinking today of if Leonardo DiCaprio like never made it, like didn't get Titanic, even like less than that, he would still be in like horror cons at like Critters 3, like, making his money.
Okay, Gilbert.
What's that?
Okay, Gilbert.
Yeah.
So I don't really have anything else left to talk about this one. If you guys want to chime in with anything else you'd like to add, like man hands.
Oh, I got stuff.
All right, yeah, go ahead, Kent.
All right, here we go. 1. Did anybody notice how small that kitchen was? Like, that's supposed to be like to feed like a whole camp, and that kitchen that Annie was supposed to work in was like so tiny, no room whatsoever to work in. I was like, they didn't even have like tables or anything. They didn't put any thought into that. I'll say that as my first random nitpick. Secondly, I watch when Annie is in the Jeep with Mrs. Voorhees, and she jumps out of the Jeep, and I say to myself, what is the alternative? The alternative is to stay in there and not jump out of a moving vehicle. And I think that's the better alternative. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think she made the right call in jumping out? Like, I know that we're all thinking like she's screwed either way, but I feel she has a better chance just staying in the vehicle. What do you guys think?
No, you always get out of the vehicle. Get in a real life situation.
Do you
riding with someone? Yeah, if you're riding with someone who you think is going to kill you, yeah, I think.
I mean, you're going to hurt yourself jumping out, and then you can't escape.
Well, let's put it like this: if it was me, I would jump out of the vehicle, and then I wouldn't just stop running, for a random reason and hide behind a tree. I would just keep fucking running until either the Blair Witch or the fucking thing from the ritual got me. But I would be I would not be out the fucking far side of those woods in, like 17 hours.
I'm too fat to hide behind trees. Makes me sad. All right.
Like, I'm just going to sit here in the car.
I mean, probably, like, if I remember correctly, we don't really see anything of Mrs. Voorhees in that context. So
No.
We don't know what actually tipped her off that, other than that, like, she wasn't being answered when she was asking questions.
She didn't turn down the road that she was supposed to. And she kept speeding up, so that made Annie uncomfortable that, she purposely ignored the turn and then sped up. Like,
did she start to, like, finger the knife in the sheath that she had? Or did she, like, pull a fucking gun on her? And, that... I mean, there's lots of context that we didn't get. So, I mean, yes, from the bare bones minimum, maybe it was a stupid idea to wait until after she'd fucking sped up to jump out, because to be fair to you, Kent, like, if she starts driving like 85 miles an hour, it's going to be kind of hard to, like, start shanking somebody on the opposite side of the car from her.
There's a lot of
45.
issues. Yeah,
with the woods on the side there. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but
even at 35, though, imagine jumping out like in the fucking middle of the woods. Like, you just jump out, like, you're probably gonna hurt your fucking knee or something.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Jackson Summit. like, like jumping out 35 miles an hour, 40. Yeah, no, that's
all right.
It's not looking good.
I got a couple others. Now, Chris said that he liked Alice as the final girl, and I vehemently disagree, because they gave her shit for personality, and she was... I feel like you should, at least at some point, kind of want to root on the final girl. At least back in the 80s, you should want to. And there was nothing... I wish they would have spent 2 or 3 minutes making Alice... into somebody that I gave 2 shits about. Like, I gave no shits. Like, all I knew is that she kind of liked Steve, and she played strip Monopoly.
I mean, I really feel like you have to say less that she kind of liked Steve and more like Steve, like, sexually assaulted her without actually, like, making it rape.
Nope, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
The whole, hey, you're a really pretty girl, as he's grabbing her face, and fucking caressing her without, any kind of consent.
Chris, this was the 80s.
But that doesn't mean rape was rape. I mean, it's not rape. But, I mean, Steve was fucking creepy. And, I mean, that immediately made me fucking sympathetic for her.
Oh, I gave two shits about that, man. She.
I feel like it's who's left. That's what I feel like when they were writing the script. They're like, who's left? Okay. And then they don't... I feel like they don't turn her into a final girl until, like, she's the only one left.
Yeah.
But I do think her performance with Betsy Palmer at the end is great, and you kind of forget the rest of it because, I mean, it's a great movie, but it's not like
the performance with Betsy's fine. It's really good. It's just that we've seen plenty of times how easy it is to make a final girl a little bit more likable. That's all. I'm still perplexed why Brenda didn't put clothes on before going outside in the pouring rain. That one really kind of baffled me a little bit. And finally, to get to the point, I also need to say Officer Dorff was fucking hilarious with everything he said, but the Can It Cochise line really got me. But anyway, so when you're watching Kevin Bacon's death, it looks like a hand is grabbing his forehead, and it looks to be a man's hand. And I watched His Name is Jason, some of the documentary. It was hit or miss. And they didn't really talk about that, even though I'm pretty sure that was a man hand. I don't think that was Betsy Palmer's. But later on, when Betsy gets decapitated and her hands go up, definitely noticed man hands there, and that documentary proved me right because they had her fake head on toothpicks, so when the decapitation happened, it just would fly off, which was kind of cool. And I think it's only because they restored the movie so good. I really want to go watch it on DVD and see if I could actually notice the hands looking anything abnormal. I really think the clarity of the picture is the only thing that tipped me off that anything was odd, I guess. So,
pull out the VHS.
Yeah.
See between the blurred static lines.
I mean, I now have a VHS. I don't know where I would possibly get a VHS copy of it without paying far out the ass, but I do at least have it.
I would imagine it wouldn't be too crazy for. I mean, if you're not looking for an original copy, I'm sure you could find it.
Probably. All right. Yeah, that's what I have without going into anything too exquisite.
All right, so we're gonna do the hottest girl.
Are we gonna do that film?
Yeah,
by film, or
let's
are we
do film by
until
film.
we get to the end.
Yeah, let's. It's a good way to end it. So I'll go first. My hottest girl is the Hitchhiker Girl, Annie, by Robbie Morgan. And because I wasn't sure that you guys would have known who she was, and you did. So, and best kill is the Kevin Bacon, the arrow through the neck, or is it a harpoon?
It's an arrow. I think it's an arrow. Yeah. I mean, he describes it as an arrow now, so I mean, I'll go with him.
Okay, yeah, that's mine. What do you guys got? Hottest girl, hottest kill.
I went with Laurie Bartram as Brenda for hottest girl, and the same kill, Jack with the arrow through the neck.
All right. As much as I adore Annie, I find her cute and adorable, but when I think of hot, I ended up going with Brenda. And so basically I have lots of lists here, but I had Claudette quite high up. She was the very first female victim in the very, very, very beginning. She was actually quite attractive. She was just only on screen for a very brief time. But yeah, Brenda wins it for me. And for best kill, don't hate me, but I pretty much have 4 kills for every single movie.
Nope, one.
Shut your mouth, your whore mouth, Chris. I have Mrs. Voorhees decapitation.
Oh, you know what? That is a good one too.
Of course, second I had Jack. Third I had Marcy getting the axe to the face, and number 4 was Annie, just because I like the POV of the stalking. That's all.
Oh, and that throat slit was great, though. Annie's. Mm-hmm. It was one of the best of the whole series.
Well, that's when you got Tom Savini working for you, man.
Yeah. Which he did not work on the second one. I think it was the second one. He did this movie called Midnight. Oh, it's super wild. Anyways, I think that's a good segue to...
Yeah, we're ready to move on to number 2.
All right, I got number 2. Friday the 13th, Part 2, 1981. Directed by Steve Miner, who was... I don't know, he was involved in the original one as something, I don't remember what. Anyway, for a follow-up, it was interesting. I think in some ways, like, it starts off with basically Georgie from It doing, his little song while it's raining out, and I can't help but think of Georgie. And then we never see the kid again, which is fine. We actually revisit Alice, which is the only time in the series that we go back to the final girl from the previous movie. She's having a go at life, I guess, and we get the jump scare from the cat, and then she gets got, of course. It kind of, in some ways, that little bit kind of remind me of like how Halloween 2 was a direct continuation, but that would not... Well, we would get some continuation later in the franchise, but this was really about the closest thing to a direct continuation since it was the same actress. So, now, this is... Let's see, this is 2 months after the first movie, and the first movie takes place in 1979, and I'm only focusing on this because the timeline for this franchise gets really funky. I had to look it up because I was really weirded out by some of it. The ice pick through Alice's head. I really thought that was a cool kill. It takes 24 and a half minutes before we have everyone around the campfire to actually talk about Jason and tell the story. We have a group of characters. Our final girl's Ginny. The main guy running the camp's Paul. We have Sandra and Jeff. They're a couple. Sandra's a really bad influence on Jeff. Ted is kind of nerdy, but he likes to drink at least. We have Vicky, who's very horny for Mark, who is the dude in the wheelchair. We have Terry, who has a great ass, and Scott, who likes to be a creep, and Ralph is back. So lots of cool stuff there. There's also a lot of unnamed characters that we see, but I don't know. It's kind of weird because as this franchise goes along, you don't have as many unnamed characters. They kind of cut that shit down significantly, which is fine. This takes place at the Packanack Lodge. Let's talk about the Ralph kill for a moment, because Ralph, he's checking out Ginny and Paul, and he's by a tree, and then we see two hands with barbed wire reach around Ralph and basically strangle him. And it makes no sense. And I'll say this. Craig came up with a good idea. He said maybe Jason was on a high up bank that was just high enough where he could somehow get his hands over the tree. I don't know. Like, it didn't bother me until the most recent time. And I was like, God, that's an impossible kill unless, like, the tree was cut. I don't know. It shouldn't bother me, but now that I've seen it, I can't unsee how silly the death was. Also sad to see Ralph go. Let's see. Terry shorts, they were almost as short as Kevin Bacon's in the original. No complaints there. We get another cop who's a hard ass. Just not as funny as Dorf from the original. Funny line where the cop's like, "Aren't you going to reprimand them?" And Paul's like, "Yeah, they can't have seconds on dessert." I thought that was a fun line. We get Jason, and in his his first iteration as an adult, he is clumsy as a motherfucker. And, he's got these fucking overalls, he's got the blue flannel, he has a fucking sack over his head, just one eye looking out. It's a weird look, and he fucking falls all the time. I don't know, like, it's weird to know what Jason becomes and then go back and watch how this Jason is. It's really fucking bizarre to see how they had him portrayed, I guess. Also noticed in Jason's shack, he has a very clean toilet. Very surprised to see that, to be perfectly honest. There was a cool kill with Jason burying a claw hammer into the cop's head. Basically, they kind of, after we get all the characters, and they actually did develop the characters. For example, Terry's obsessed with trying to find her dog Muffin, and Vicky just wants to bone Mark, and he likes to arm wrestle, and Sandra and Jeff, they like getting in trouble. Like, there was character development. That was a huge upgrade compared to the first one. Basically, they wrote the story so that Paul, Ginny, Ted, and like all the no-namers went out to drink, and everybody else that we knew that had stories and name value, they stayed at camp so they could get massacred. Some cool kills here. One that may go down as like one of the all-time greats. We get a lot of nudity from Terry, like a lot of nudity, but it's early 80s and they gave us a lot of nudity back then. It's only until like the mid to late 80s where like they kind of just only go for the chest. But back in the early 80s, they gave us everything, which was fun. We get a "Don't go anywhere" quote. I tried noting whenever they had any of the cliched stuff. This, a lot of people compare the filming of this to a Giallo film, and yeah, the filming is really, it's as artistic as a Friday the 13th movie will ever be. There's just a lot of cool shots, and I think, was it Vicky, maybe it was, that had like the really long like screaming, which was kind of stupid, but it was also kind of an artsy shot. And at the end, Ginny is our final girl. She wasn't much better than Alice, but she at least had a story, and she had a dumb car, so that helped. And Jason can burst through doors here, but not like he does later on. He wields a pitchfork, which is a good weapon. At one point, like, she thinks Jason left. Like, she pisses herself under the bed because of a rat or something. And then she crawls out from under the bed thinking that Jason's gone. And Jason's on a chair, and just as she comes out, the chair fucking breaks. And Jason just flops on the ground. And I'm like, oh, Jason from Part 6 would not have had any of this shit going on. But, it was a different time. We have the finale where Ginny finds the fucking shack. She finds the shrine to Mrs. Voorhees. She mindfucks Jason by putting on the sweater and convincing him that she is mother, but he's confused half the time. And it was at this moment that I realized that Jason was not that tall, and then I looked up. He's only 5'10" in this particular one. Kind of short for what we would know Jason to be. And we have that little bit towards the end where Muffin, makes her comeback. So that was nice. We have some slow motion stuff. When Jason's unmasked, he looks kind of like the Hound from Game of Thrones. He has like the facial hair and the long hair going, but he's just, disfigured version of the Hound. And we ended off with Jenny in an ambulance wondering where Paul is. Because ambulance scenes are, usually a reserve rate for the end of these movies. And all in all, this was a really, really, really good sequel. I think, like, we actually got quite a few good, like, part twos back in the day compared to what we get nowadays, I think. Like, I think Halloween 2 still holds up really well as a sequel. I think this holds up really well and was obviously super important in continuing on the franchise. I don't know. Kevin, I know you like your artistic stuff. Did you find this to be well shot?
Yeah, it's up there. I do think that the first one is shot better, but this is, yeah, there's still some really cool stuff going on in this one. And I agree. This is a good sequel. This is a good way to get it on track to something else. And make, which later he becomes the great campfire ghost story monster. And he looks like Chunk from the Goonies at the end of this.
It really does.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I thought this one is great. It continues the story. It has the great campfire story of Jason in this one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then we get to see that in flashbacks in pretty much every sequel for a while, which is cool.
Yeah, it is cool. So, yeah, I think...
One thing I forgot, Kent, and maybe you can bring us up since you probably just watched it recently. How much at the very beginning of the first movie is shown before they actually start in on this one? I know it wasn't the longest. I think that might have been either part 3 or part 4, but it started in this one.
You know what? I don't know. The only thing I took note of was 24.5 minutes before we get the campfire. Like, that first scene with Alice takes a long time. Like, they took their time doing it, but I don't really have a good answer for you.
So I want to say maybe like at least 2 to 3 minutes at the beginning, because they recap the whole boat picture, or the scene from the boat where he grabs her, and then the waking up in the bed and being like, did you see him? And they're like, who? And he's like, oh, he's still out there.
Yeah.
So I mean, that started a trend that they continued, and like as you guys mentioned when we were discussing it in between watching it and doing this podcast, that probably saved them a bunch of money being able to reuse film that they already own the rights to, and pad out the runtime of the movie.
Yeah, no, it was smart, and plus, after so many times, people that hadn't seen, say you hadn't seen the first 3, you go to part 4 and you're caught up within a few minutes. That's kind of nice. Not all horror movies give you that luxury.
Do you have anything else that you want to add, Kevin?
No.
All right, I like this one a lot, but I think it was still a step down from part 1. I would agree with you on almost everything you said about Jason Kent. Well, not just in this one, but through all of the ones where he's alive, he's clumsy as fuck. Almost comedically sometimes. And it does also feel, and I know they change Jason actors regularly, that, like, he was continuously getting larger every movie that they did, which is kind of funny, because until he dies, every movie that he did, he's getting more and more damaged before the movie even starts.
That's a really good point, actually.
Yeah. I think they did a good job with characterization for some of them, like Ginny, Ted, even though he's just kind of, the annoying fuck. Vicky and what's his name?
Mark.
Yeah. Like, their little conversations gave them more characterization than, 90% of the people in this movie. But, like, Terry, as much as she gets my vote for hottest chick in the movie, like, running after her dog is not a character trait. That's just, her titties and her ass.
Her titty, ass, and bush. I mean, she showed it all. And Yeah, that's all she had for characterization. I'm missing my muffin, and I get nude, and I get mad at what's his nuts who walks into a trap.
Yeah. But
the Mickey Mouse shirt.
I absolutely 100% feel like Paul was fucking miscast and just horrible. Same thing. It was like the dude from the first one too. I'm like, how is this
Steve?
guy in charge? Like, yeah, Steve and Paul. I'm like, how the fuck are these guys in charge?
That's fun. Actually, I really agree with that. I'll even go so far as to say the same thing applies for part 3. The main guy, I feel, is miscast. So
almost all of them, I would say, the guys are really bad.
Yeah.
Up till. Yeah, no, I think almost all of them. There's maybe a couple exceptions, but they're bad movies, so it really doesn't matter.
I would say up until part 6, they finally get, actually part 7 and part 8, at least they have some older guys that are good character actors at the very least. But early on, yeah, very bad casting. Good call.
I really like the beginning, like you mentioned, like the transition, and I don't think this is one I'd ever seen. So getting Alice, murked right at the beginning was not something I was prepared for. And then I was waiting for it to happen. I was waiting for part 3 for Ginny to get murdered at the beginning. Nope. I was waiting in part 4 for Chris to get murdered in the beginning. Nope. Waiting in part 5 for Trish. Nope. So I was like, well, they did it once and it was cool, and then they never bothered fucking doing it again.
They were going to bring back, for part 5, they were going to bring Pam back and Reggie, but Reggie refused to do it because he found out his character was going to get killed. So then they rewrote it. So, yeah.
That's stupid.
So all they brought back from part 5 is Pam's truck, the blue pickup. That's in part 6. That's the only holdover.
Okay.
Yeah, that's smart.
And I mean that, like, I don't know, like the whole idea of Jason, who's been living with his mom's severed head for the entire time that he's been, like you said, somehow surviving with a fucking pristine toilet in the middle of fucking nowhere, getting confused when somebody just starts talking to him. I don't know, that just, it didn't strike it right. But I get where they were trying to go with it. It just, I feel they could have done a better job portraying it.
The way that he
probably would have required. Yes,
he kept
exactly.
seeing her as Ginny. So then, like, why does he all of a sudden be like, "Oh wait, no, I saw her as Ginny, but maybe she's Mom." Like, I kind of wish they didn't.
I saw her as Ginny, but she put a sweater on, so now she's my mom.
Yeah, they could have done better with it.
With his mom's like dead, mummified, decapitated head right behind her. It's like in eyesight. It's not like. It's like, is that my mom or wait? No. That's not my mom. My mom's head's been cut off. I've been staring at a shrine with a pristine toilet. I don't remember that, Ken.
The pristine toilet. I only noticed it this last time. Like, wait a second. So like I rewound. I'm like, that toilet is fucking clean as hell. Like, under no circumstances that would I have expected that.
So I read an interview with Sean S. Cunningham, and when he was talking about like how they never meant to do a sequel, and the only reason that they did it was because it was so successful, and he didn't direct it because they wanted to do the whole bring Jason back thing, and he's like, so how the fuck did this kid survive for all of these years on the side of a fucking, by himself? Like, what the fuck was he eating? Like frogs out in the fucking marsh or something?
Well, he's a good hunter later on, but.
Yeah,
I mean, this movie, half the time you see him, the Benny Hill theme should have been playing.
But that's all I had.
All right. Chris, who you got for hottest girl? I think you already said Terry, but double checking.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. She's one of the hottest in the whole franchise.
Yeah, I'm going to just throw it in there. That's mine, too.
And my favorite kill from this one, especially because I wasn't expecting it right when it happened, was Mark with the machete to the head. Then the whole watching the wheelchair roll down the hill with the machete sticking out of his head as he was going. I was like, okay, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's also mine too, Chris. Wow, like exactly. That was one of the best of the whole. One of my favorites of the whole series is like basically because the wheelchair just goes down those stairs and it like holds it.
I was surprised that they kept like it didn't fall over. Like I realized they probably could have done multiple takes to get that right, but like the way it was just zooming down, I was like, that shit should have just probably like hit a fucking router or something and just knocked his ass over.
Yeah, that's actually, it was on one of the lists I saw, was the number one kill in the franchise's mark. And I can't disagree with it. Because first he goes down the steps of the porch, then he goes down that long... Like... And it's just like shortly after he's like, I'll be walking again soon or something like that. Like, that he said that like 3 minutes prior to it. It was just cruel but funny. As much as I want to say Terry, I went with Vicky because I don't know. I found her very attractive. I had Terry at number 2. And I gotta say, Sandra actually has some of the best boobs of like the first like 8 movies. I noticed that there's not a lot of big chests going on, and she did have them. But they filmed a sex scene between her and Jeff, and then they found out that Sandra, the actress, was underage, so they had to cut that shit. So there is that. Special mention to Deputy Winslow getting the hammerhead, Jeff and Sandy getting the double penetration kill, if you will, and Vicky for screaming in terror for 17 seconds as Jason slowly approaches her before he kills her. And that's what I have for part 2.
Nice. All right.
Yeah, bring us into part 3, Kevin.
All right, yeah. Friday the 13th, part 3 in 3D, 1982. Written by Martin Kittredser and Carol Watson. Directed by Steve Miner. This is the classic beginning of the third film, is the end of the second film. This is the first film that Jason wears the iconic hockey mask, so thank you, Shelley. It was also shot in 3D, so what it lacks in dialogue and plot, it makes up with pitchforks, eyeballs, and rats on machetes coming at you. The movie begins with Jason recovering and killing to get his mojo back. And this is one... takes place directly after the events of the first one. So there is a hospital scene. Even though I think it's filmed, what is this, 1982? It's like around the same time as Halloween 2. It has that, I don't know. I guess I don't feel like it's a ripoff in any sort of way. It's just the next logical part in the movie. I think Ken said something like that. Where they start out in the hospital. So, yeah, this one is a lot of fun. It's not good, but it's so bad it's great, and it's one of the first Friday the 13th movies that I actually sat down and watched the entire thing by myself one night. Most of the other times were, I would watch bits and pieces of it. It really amplifies the horror tropes and sets the standards for cheesy 80s slashers for anything that comes after it, in or out of this film series. And I guess the main story of it is that these kids are back to Camp Crystal Lake, and the one was there a few years before, and she was attacked by Jason. And there is I guess I'll pose it as a question. Was it implies that Jason sexually assaulted that girl?
That's kind of how it sounds, but
In a
under
way.
no circumstances has it ever been implied anywhere else that Jason's like remotely sexual. So I think she just got attacked and she gets weepy about it. That's the best I can go with because.
Yeah, I mean I didn't really feel sexual. I would feel like more like if he got her, it was going to be, you know, like see you later, not like happy fun times.
That's what I would think, yeah. But, yeah, he always kills her, so I don't know how she blacked out. So she must have blacked out and escaped. And then, like, no one wants to talk about it, which is weird. So, yeah, just the way the story kind of just, like, the story, like, goes off and just, like, and then I black out. And then no one wants to talk to me about it, so. Yeah, I don't know. I'll open this up to you guys. It has its own Joker in it, and which is the thing I liked about Shelley in this is that not only is there like some fake out killer moments, and like in the beginning, but there's also like fake out moments where he gets killed and he's not dead. So, yeah, all right. So I'll throw it over to you guys.
I hated Shelley. I fucking couldn't stand him. Like, he was maybe one of the worst characters in the entire series for me.
I liked Shelley more when I was younger, I think, but even then I was like, what the fuck? Like, why did they make this character so whatever?
Pathetic?
Yeah, pathetic. Because he's more pathetic than irritating, because he has that one moment of redemption when, you know, he runs over the fucking motorcycles, but other than that, I mean, the motherfucker's carrying around a Velcro wallet. So, I don't know.
This one really feels to me like where the dichotomies start coming into place. Like, we had, you know, scenes of whatever the town nearby Crystal Lake was in part one, you know, and it seemed like just a small town. We had scenes in part two and it could have fit. And then somehow in part three we have a fucking biker gang hanging out in the fucking town that's like in the middle of fucking nowhere. And, you know, I love that they're fucking threatening people in plain view of, you know, multiple fucking witnesses. I don't know. Like, there's a breakdown between where 2 ends and where 3 starts, you know, even though they're using that as a transition. The characters are kind of fucking annoying. I mean, it's not bad, but for sure, it's not good either. Jason is definitely slightly better than he was in part 2 there in regards to, like, his agility, let's say. But he's still nowhere near where he will get to later on in the series.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So, for timeline purposes, the very first one's 1979. Part 2 takes place in 1984. And so this one, so like the events of part 2, you know, took place on July 13th into Saturday the 14th, and part 3 actually takes place like that week. So it's a very direct continuation, as is part 4. It's all in the same calendar year, come to find out, which kind of made some sense to me once I kind of read up on that. I have some notes, of course. Harold must be one of the worst businessmen in horror history. Like, he just opens up containers, drinks, eats out of stuff, and then just puts it back on the shelf. Has a rabbit around the produce. He's just a bad businessman. That's all I can say about that. I would love to be able to see this in 3D. Like, I'm sure it'd still be cheesy as fuck, but I don't know. Like, I'm curious. Like, back then, did it look cool, or was it cheesy as fuck even back then by their standards? I don't know. when Harold gets a cleaver to the chest, suddenly, like when they show that, Harold suddenly like has a barrel chest, like it is super puffy. So I don't know. Guess I wish they would have just shot that just a little bit less conspicuously. And I think, Chris, you know this better than anybody. You know to expect that I gotta complain about some clothing, and in this case, I gotta complain about Vera. She's wearing a red sweater with a huge neck and then pink pants. It's such a horrible, horrible combination, and that made me happy when she got. I feel that, to echo what Chris said, Jason, to me, actually looks and acts a lot more like the Jason we all come to know and love. But he walks very casual, and I don't quite get that. There's not a sense of urgency at time. I love that there's a little redemption from Andy constantly being a jackass, showing off, like walking on his hands. I was super happy by his death. But now that I've seen Bone Tomahawk, I could see that death being a lot cooler. And when you see his body above, I don't remember who it was, like his legs, like where his hips would be or his crotch, it's such a long, exaggerated part, and yet he's not cut into his torso. So judging by that image, he had to have been about 7'5". So that was just weird why they made his hip so big. Love the Fangoria with Tom Savini. That was cool. Shelley, just awful. Chuck, like all deaths in Friday the 13th, anything that involves getting sent into like a control panel or electric panel, they're all dumb. And yet we have this death, I think, 4 times throughout the franchise. And they all are stupid and look dumb and make me sad that they happen. Rick's death is the one that I go back and forth whether it's great or whether it's awful, because Jason lifts him 8 inches off the ground by his head, and then we have the very obvious fake head and the eye pops out, and it's so cheesy that like you laugh but you can't take it seriously, and that's a shame because it could have been borderline epic for its time. I liked Jason revealing his face. Like, it was a bad moment, but also that he was taunting Chris. I like that. And Ali, he survives. Ali survives throughout almost to the very end, then just pops up. He's like, I'm here, gets his arm chopped off, and then immediately killed. Like, what the fuck? Why was he hiding there just to do that? Why not just kill him off earlier? Like, it was such a weird surprise at the end. And my last gripe is the Mrs. Voorhees in the water thing. I thought that ending was really bad. Did you guys find that to be stupid?
Yes.
Yeah, because then it just turns out that he is just dead in the
barn. Yeah, because she saw him
right?
in the window in the barn, but he was really down on the ground. Yeah, it was a bad ending. Like, I feel like it had to have multiple writers and they just disagreed, so they shot both things and threw it together as a movie, maybe? I don't know. The ending doesn't make much sense. No matter how many times I've watched it, just... It's actually the thing that hurts this movie the most, I think, is the ending. So, those are my notes.
Well, all right. Well, let's get into... hottest girl. I put Edna down. Girl with the curlers. You guys know Edna?
I feel like you're trolling us right now.
No, man. Cherry Moggins.
Harold's going to be a little jelly over that.
Yeah. What he doesn't have in business sense, he has in a decent wife. Yeah. And best kill, the head-crushing 3D eye pop. It was so, like, reminiscent of the, like, Sonny Chiba Street Fighter movies. Yeah. So, and then I guess an honorable mention would be the white punker dude, which I think is ridiculous that they had punkers in this, or the gang members or whatever, the biker gang members with no motorcycles, with the pitchfork in them with the blood, like the blood in the cigarette was coming out on it. I thought that looked cool. So that is me. What about you guys?
I did not go with Edna. I had to go with Tracy Savage as Debbie for the hottest lady in the movie, but I had to echo you that Rick's head crush was just so over the top that it has to be the one that gets included.
I agree with Chris on the Debbie front, because, once again, we're going hottest. We see her, she gets sexy and is in a bikini. I found Chris to be a very close number 2, though. I thought she was one of the most attractive main girls in the thing. For best kill, I actually went with Vera with the spear gun, just for pretty much the same reason as the Rick thing. Like, it was cheesy, it was all for the 3D, but I kind of liked it. Plus, I just didn't like Vera. I had Rick at my number 2, I had Andy at 3, and I had Ali at 4, just because he survived to not survive. That really, why did they write him to do that? I don't get it.
But why'd they kill Ralph in the second movie? They didn't know what they had.
Well, you know that they bring him back, right, Kevin?
They do?
Yeah, he's the narrator for part 7, I want to say.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But we could have used him in part 3, I think.
Ralph should have been in the whole fucking franchise, and they should have even brought him back for Freddy vs. Jason, damn it. But he died, though. Didn't he, die in real life?
I have no idea. I didn't do any investigating on that, so.
Yeah. All right, we good with part 3?
I think so.
Excellent.
All right, well, I guess I got lucky enough to get Friday the 13th, the final chapter, sometimes known as Part 4. In my opinion, this is basically like the Dream Warriors of the Friday the 13th series.
Excellent analogy.
Yeah, I really liked
Agree.
it. Yeah. I don't know, it's kind of weird that we're still in a normal, mortal Jason. Dude got fucked up in part 2. He got fucked up in part 3. I mean, he ends the movie with an axe in his head. And that's where he starts the final chapter, with an axe in his head. And after he's taken to the morgue, he's somehow able to spontaneously revive, murder a bunch of people in the hospital, and then make his way out. So that, I'm a little questioning of. But I really like the characters in this. Not all of them, but the different groups have some certain standouts. Corey Feldman as Tommy is really good for being a kid actor at this point. I don't know if that was his first role, but I know it was one of his first roles. And the things I'd seen him in a couple years later, when apparently he was just older teenager. I knew he was good, but it's good to see that he maintained that through from the start. Crispin Glover as Jimmy was freaking crazy. I liked Eric Anderson as Rob, Kimberly Beck as Trish. A lot of the characters in this one worked for me. I mean, they didn't necessarily have whole character arcs, but some of them did. And I enjoyed that. This is one of the ones, though, where I'm like, what the hell is the actual geography of Crystal Lake? This one kind of feels like the video game from the NES to me, though.
Dude, that's a note I have, actually, because
okay, good.
It's a big loop, and they say that's a big loop.
Yeah. Movie 1, we're at Camp Crystal Lake. Movie 2, we're at another camp far away from, well, not far away from, but separated from Crystal Lake, which they've moved because of the repercussions from part 1. Part 3, we're at a farm that's somehow also on Crystal Lake. And then Part 4, we're at houses, but there's also like a jogging track around Crystal Lake at this point. So, I don't know. Like, that is something I was actually noting. For the most part, in many of the movies, you have one or two people who can act. And some of the later ones, as Kent said, you have actual decent character actors, usually in the supporting roles, that do pretty good. And you have a bunch of people who are just hired for their looks. I feel like maybe overall this one has the best actors out of just about all of them. Jason is getting better, but he's still not quite to, unstoppable juggernaut at this point. I mean, there's definitely times where he's toying with people, but there's also times where I feel like he's definitely bigger in this one, but I don't know what the exact size is, but he feels like, like a 6 foot 4, 200 plus pound dude should be, not worrying too much about, Trish with a machete, fighting him off. So there is that kind of dichotomy for me. But overall, this one I really liked. They had some... I would say this one may be one of the least interesting kill-wise. A lot of them in this were either, stab a dude in the throat, stab a dude in the chest, throw somebody out the window. There really weren't the same kind of like out there crazy batshit stuff like Rick's head crush in Part 3, some of the stuff in Part 5 and 6 and on, so that might be like the one downside of this. I think it's kind of maybe the tamest in regards to the kills. I mean, there are even some that happen off screen of major characters. But outside of that, I really enjoyed this one. What did you guys like, Kent? Well, since you've already chimed in that we're kind of not necessarily on the same page. Well, I guess on the same page for a good portion of this. Like, what is it that you like about this one?
Characters. As you said, not only did they get the actors right, but they actually developed the characters, and I would say all but like one or two people actually have legit characters. So I was, I cared whether people died or not so much like, oh, I don't want them to die, but like I'm invested in it at the very least. So that rings true, and same with, some of the deaths are weak, but there are a few quality ones. I'll go through what I do have for notes. I will say that Axel is an American hero and a treasure, and that exercise video that he was watching, I actually looked up what the hell it was called, but I couldn't find it online. Apparently that used to play on fucking TV quite a bit. I think Corey Feldman and the masks, like, he is so fun.
Oh yeah, that was a cool thing I should have brought up. The masks were cool.
Yeah, and he had so much. I don't know. Corey legit looked like he was having a blast, like doing what he was doing, and yet I feel that Crispin Glover steals every damn scene that he is in. The term "dead fuck" is permanently burned in my mind. I prefer Gordon the dog over Muffin the dog. Back to Tommy quickly, like when he's watching Samantha undress and then he has to pretend that he's asleep, like that was, I don't know, that whole thing just screamed 80s to me, and like his excitement was just, I don't know, just funny. He has that line where he says, "Some pack of patootsies, huh?" I like that we had twins. I don't know if you mentioned this, but Rob, the dashingly handsome guy that Trish has a thing for, is actually the brother of Sandra from Part 2. Tommy brings Rob, like, just, he's like, "Hey mom," and just brings a strange adult male up into his room, like like it's nothing, and I find that just funny in its own right. Lion's song "Love Is a Lie" is such a great song as long as you're watching Crispin dancing along to it. Then my note about the trail going all the way around, like the Nintendo game. Paul is a straight up man whore, deserves his death. Jimmy making fun of Teddy's imaginary computer really had me going. I enjoyed that. Let's see, Jason. I don't know if this is the first time we saw Jason swimming and getting a kill. I think it is, but I could be wrong on that. I enjoyed Paul getting stabbed in the groin because he's a man whore. The twins was a lot of fun. I had a question, like, Rob sliced open his own tent, and I'm thinking, okay, you do that, but what are you going to do then? Like, what's the hope? Is your hope that Jason's in there? Because then you've just given away everything. Like, I just don't understand what the motive is in slicing it open, because he didn't, like, immediately attack. He just sliced it open and looked inside. So, kind of seemed pointless to slice open his only tent. I really liked the Jason hucking Tina and just throwing her in slow motion. Every once in a while we get a little slow motion kill. I really enjoyed it. I liked the blood on the screen when Teddy gets stabbed from behind after he's watching the old-timey porn, which he was way into, and that was creepy, but good on him. I was questioning why Doug got a cool death. You know, like, he got a cool death and he got Sarah, but he didn't do anything all movie, and I would say he's the least developed character of everybody, but he got, like, a good chick and he got a cool death. Just seemed weird to me. I also have to question Sarah. She gets an axe to the chest, but, like, Jason throws the axe, it goes through the door and then goes through her chest. I don't know. Is that even a possible thing? I know we're talking about, guy that won't die and possibilities and stuff, but I'm just saying, like, can the world's best axe throwers throw an axe through a door and then also kill somebody like that spot on? And then my last thing is Rob's line, "He's killing me while getting killed." Rob is a fucking treasure for that. Like, nobody else has the gumption to tell the world, "He's killing me." So, yeah, that's what I got.
That's awesome. Oh, man, so much stuff. To go on what Chris was saying is that maybe some of the deaths weren't as crazy. The Jason getting killed is one of the craziest with Corey Feldman at the end.
Damn it, you fucking took it from me.
Why did I take it from you, man? Like,
I was saving that for when we got to the best kills.
Yeah. Well, we got to talk about it. It's the end of the movie. Well, I always try to avoid the Jason kills. I just try to go with the best kills by Jason or perpetrator. But yeah, that at the end, his performance is so good in this, and he did something beforehand, but this is 84, so this is before Gremlins, which was, I think, 85? Does that sound about right?
That sounds accurate.
He was a little chunky boy in that one.
It was before the Coreys were a thing.
Yes. Yeah, before the Lost Boys. And, so this is one of my favorites. This is like, if you've never seen a Friday the 13th movie, or if you know someone who hasn't seen one and you're going to show them one, this is the one to do it, because it's got it all. I'm good. You guys covered so much of it. Was there? Oh, and even the twins have their own characters. You can different.
Yes,
I don't
yes,
remember their names, but I can. There's slutty
Tina
twin.
and Terry, damn
Oh
it.
yeah, it's Tina and Terry. So Terry was the slutty one, the promiscuous one. Maybe slutty's not the.
Tina was the promiscuous one, the one that slept with Jimmy.
Oh yeah. And she's trying to the homewrecker.
God,
Yes.
just sorry, but does it really only feel like there's only 3 years between this and Lost Boys, and like how big Corey got?
Teen Bop magazine's a hell of a thing, man.
Yeah. Wow.
Like,
and then what? So
yeah.
Goonies came out before.
A year after, just a year after this.
Yeah. So that's and then Stand By Me.
The year after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the Lost Boys.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he really felt like a full on. I would have said it like 17 at that point, but in this, I mean, he's playing a 12-year-old. It fucking feels realistic. Like, I look at my son, I'm like, yeah, you fucking look all gangly like Corey Feldman did.
At the end of this movie.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh. All right, so are we good? We good to move on to?
No. We got Kevin. Who do you think the hottest?
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. Hottest girl?
Yeah, hottest girl.
Oh, Corey Feldman's mom.
Dude, I was going to say that they really cast a really attractive mom.
Yeah, easy.
And
Boom.
and who did you have for the best kill? Jason?
Best kill. Dead fuck. Crispin Glover. The corkscrew through the hand, and then the hatchet in the head.
Kent, what about you? What did you have for the hottest chick?
All right, hottest chick. I had the more promiscuous twin Tina, with nods to her sister. Jeez, I had so many. Like, all of the girls were actually really quite attractive. Samantha, Sarah, Nurse Morgan was really attractive. Trish, Mrs. Jarvis, like, they were all good. Props to the casting. And best kill, I gave it to Axel because he gets his fucking neck sawed and then he gets the neck twist. And so I really like that. And Jimmy came in second because he just was bitching, like asking where the corkscrew was, gets it in the hand, then the cleaver. I had Paul because he was a man whore, and I like Doug's head getting smushed into the wall. So, but I go with Axel. I love Axel.
All right, so for me, Kevin, I think we're on the same page in the regards to at least what we find attractive, because Mrs. Jarvis was fucking hot. Like, I liked Trish a lot, but I had to go. I think the senior version was the better version. They aged like fine wine over in Camp Crystal Lake. But for this one, like, I was thinking about it. I'm like, I really have to. I think the Trish and Tommy get the best kill on Jason in this. Between the machete to the head, and then the machete to the head like another 16, 17, 18 times. I really feel that Jason got worked over at the end better than any of the ones that he gave out over the course of this movie. And I don't feel that for most of the movies.
It's a shame that, like, we didn't get to see Mrs. Jarvis's death, and, like, apparently they cut out some stuff, like, I don't know if it was meant for part 5 or if it was for part 4, something about, like, Mrs. Jarvis in the bathtub. It was like white eyes with no irises. I was reading up on it. It sounded pretty creepy, but it also didn't fit the flow of the movie, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of weird that we never got to see Mrs. Jarvis. Like, I know that there's some off-screen deaths, but she seemed kind of important to not show her death, I guess. That's a minor nitpick.
It seemed like that she would come back up. I noticed that. I was like, do we get to see her die? Because it feels like she dies. Like,
yes.
But then we don't get anything after that. So, agree.
I mean, if you don't see the body.
This is true.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and when they fucking cut off Jason's fingers and slashed his hand in half, I forgot about that part. But yeah, that was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean that
was
nice. Combined with the fucking 12-year-old going berserk on his fucking head. That was pretty cool.
Die!
Kaylee saw the end of it and she goes, that was pretty excellent. Like, I don't know anything about this, but this is pretty good.
All right, so I guess that Kevin.
Oh yeah, here we go.
The top of the food chain.
Yeah. Part 5, A New Beginning. Written by Martin Kittresser, David Cohen, and Danny Steinman. That's right, it took 3 people to write this. Directed by, one of them being the director, Danny Steinman. So, this has Corey Feldman reprising his role in the very beginning, and it's awesome, and then basically it all goes downhill from where we don't see Corey Feldman anymore. And this is many years after Part 4. Tommy Jarvis is all grown up and receiving mental health treatment from killing mass murderer Jason Voorhees as a kid. This tries to reset the series as more of a mystery, sort of like the original, but with continuing the series all the same, with more murdered than ever, and Tommy's visions of Jason, we assume it's Jason even though we don't get a good look at him doing the killing. There is a murder not by Jason at the mental health place. I forgot what it was called, but by one of these guys with a chainsaw kills Joey, who obviously is very slow.
Vic.
And likes his chocolate. Vic's the guy with the...
He has that big axe and he's chopping the wood.
Yeah, why is he employed? Is he employed at the mental health place, or is he also one of the patients?
I think
He's one of the patients.
Yeah, he's one of the patients. That was his therapy, was chopping wood and getting out his anger. But Joey and that fucking candy bar, man.
Yeah, back to the drawing board. Oh, man. All right, so, yeah, that comes up much later, which is ridiculous. But not only is the killing amped up, but so is the sex, drugs, and the fake-out jump scares, with a twist on the killer that is very similar to the original, and another twist ending to make us think that before Into the Spideyverse that anyone could be behind the mask, and could set up previous films. Due to the negative reviews and declining box office from previous films, they definitely had to rethink the franchise yet again after this one. And I'm going to be honest, I always really hated this movie, and I watched this a few years ago, like a couple Halloweens ago, and I still thought the same thing as a kid. I thought that Tommy was actually doing all the killing throughout the movie. I forgot that there was that Scooby-Doo twist ending where it's actually the ambulance driver who just so happens to be the father of the kid who dies. It's, the worst, weakest recreation of the original movie you could think of. And where you see him at the end, and because I was confused, because you see Jason and you see Tommy, and I was like, I thought that he was Jason, because that's the end of the movie where you feel like he's possessed by Jason. So I was confused the whole entire time. So watching it again, you still don't get too much out of it. It might have even been a better way to go, which was the way that I always interpreted it and was wrong about and hated at the same time. So I will pass this dumpster fire over to you guys.
You want me to go first?
Go ahead, take a shit on this, Chris.
I like the premise. I think the premise could have worked if, they had a good writer, which they did not. Kent, maybe you can answer this, but I know the director said he had to cut a 10-minute porn scene that he filmed. I'm assuming it's the one in the woods. Is that the case?
It had to be.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you.
Because she looked like a porn star. I mean, she has the body for it. She looked straight like one.
So, I don't remember if I said this when we started, but before we started, I know for sure, I brought up that there were only a few places where I actually seriously disliked something within this franchise. Like, even the ones that are bad are just kind of meh. But, like, this one is actively bad, and one of the two things that really bothered me, is we go from part 4, where you have Corey Feldman doing a really good performance for a child actor, to one of the worst single performances I have ever seen in a movie, in that single scene he's in, where he's between licking his lips and then just kind of, I was like, what the fuck is going on? So yeah, that right at the beginning, that I was like, this director obviously doesn't know how to pull a performance out of kids, because it's fucking horrible. It's like they took somebody, gave him stage acting classes, and then put a film camera on him and tried to run with it. Overall, like, this has got some okay visuals, and it was an interesting plot twist, but like, some of the performances were just fucking horrible. Like the mom, who's the neighbor with the biker son, who's also a redneck, and oh my god, it's almost into farce. It's so bad. I don't understand. I don't think the people who wrote this had any idea of like what actual mental health help looks like, because what was going on in this movie wouldn't have flown anywhere. So yeah, as Kent and I alluded to, it had a pretty decent amount of nudity. And I will say that I think this one kicked up the kills a notch over part 4. But outside of that, it just fucking falls apart as a movie, and it is the nadir of this franchise. Please, Kent, take it away.
So regrettably, this was actually the very first Friday the 13th movie I ever saw. And after all the hype, after all these years, I'm like, oh, I'm going to finally see a Friday the 13th. And then I get to that ending, I'm like, what the fuck, man? So that's my personal history with this. So the movie that has the highest kill count until we get to part 9, they definitely went for quantity over quality a lot of times. A few interesting things, or at least one interesting thing, I guess, is that in the Friday the 13th video game, in one of the Tommy tapes, it's revealed that while Tommy's going through like all these institutions and stuff, he actually spends time at an institution in Springwood, which is where Nightmare on Elm Street takes place. So that's a fun little connection that, you know, you wouldn't have gotten from this movie, but still kind of cool. Really, I would say arguably the worst set of like side and supporting characters in the whole fucking thing. The characters are not developed worth a shit. Obviously, the Roy reveal, they didn't do a good job in the reveal as far as like, I remember not even knowing who the fuck that was the first time I saw it. I was like there's this weird mask, it's peeled back, and there's this guy, and I'm like, I don't even know who the fuck that was. Like, it just didn't register to me at the time. It was so weird. Other notes. I like the sheriff. I like how he's funny when he deals with Ethel. I actually like Joey getting killed in the beginning because Joey had to die. Like, the only thing that was missing is I kind of wish Vic would have somehow, like, teleported to part 3 and done the same thing to Shelley. That would have been great. The side thing with, like, Vinny and Pete, like, the leather-clad guys, like, just padding time, but, like, served no purpose. And why did the car suddenly start working? Like, oh, you think the car suddenly starts working because Jason did something? No, Jason didn't do anything. He's hiding in the back seat. So why the fuck does the car magically start? Because good writing. That's why. Then we have Billy getting an axe to the head. Lana gets an axe to the chest. Lana had a great chest, though. Give her that. Eddie's shirt game, that was on point. Loving the pink. Tina, genuine porn star looking girl, like, shows so much. And she actually got a good death with the garden shears, but they didn't show enough because, once again, ineptitude at every fucking level of this goddamn movie. Here we go again, just like I complained about in part 2. So Eddie gets one of the coolest deaths visually because the belt squeeze, where the belt gets wrapped around his eyes, and like quote unquote quote Jason fucking twists the belt to squeeze his head. Well, here's the thing though, in order for that to fucking work, and you watch it, he takes with one hand and he just throws the belt and catches it with his offhand, and it just perfectly lines up with the eyes. Like, it's the most perfect toss. Like, it's the most awkward thing a person could possibly do, but like, it just goes as fucking planned because this movie is shit.
Hey. Have you ever been an ambulance driver before? That is something that they...
Touché, sir. I like that. Once again, we get a non-teenage female that's good looking. I found Pam to be quite good looking. I found Reggie to be a fun character. Like, he was one of the only characters that I actually kind of liked. Really curious where Tommy learned how to do all those punching combinations and that fucking like drop kick that he does. Like, all of a sudden he's fucking Steven Seagal or some shit. My question to anybody fucking listening to this, like, what dude sings to their woman while he's taking a shit in the outhouse? Just kind of curious, and finally we get a black character, and that's what they give him. They give the black character, hey, you're gonna have an upset stomach from burritos, and you're gonna sing to your woman while taking a shit. That's fucking classy as fuck, right? And she sings back.
She sings back.
Baby, baby, baby. What the fuck, man?
I mean, crickets.
I'll say this. I will say that Junior, his death may have been the single most satisfying death of the whole franchise, because that motherfucker could not have been more annoying, and I was just like, I think I audibly like cheer every time that motherfucker finally gets decapitated. Ethel, she follows up part 4. Part 4, we had the hitchhiker squeezing fruit, the banana. This one, she squeezes the tomato upon death, and that stew looked like complete and utter ass. I'll say this. Violet, I kind of liked her look, and she was not the traditional Friday the 13th girl. She actually had a wide hip. She had kind of a big butt. She wasn't like... She was actually like the most normal looking everyday type of girl that this franchise had. Like, she's one of them, and I kind of I appreciated that. Fucking what else? A lot of these deaths. How the fucking Roy, I don't know, maybe this part of the ambulance driver training, Chris, I don't know, but how the fucking Roy just suddenly bursts through the door like he's the fucking Kool-Aid man going, oh yeah! Like, what? Is that part of the training? Okay.
It was the 80s. I mean, that's Kool-Aid Man, Randy Savage. I mean, we got people fucking jump through walls all the time. I mean, I will say this, like, apparently they used to grow ambulance drivers fucking big back in the day, because...
Yeah. Like...
The not Jason
obviously.
Jason feels like the largest Jason that we've had up to this point.
And I guess my last question, I'll actually ask this question, as opposed to just me complaining about black guy shitting. Aside from Reggie, Pam, and possibly the sheriff, did you find any of the characters likable in this? Kevin?
Well, I mean, besides Reggie's girlfriend?
Reggie didn't have... Reggie was the kid. Demon was the older brother.
Oh.
Anita was the girlfriend.
Oh, yeah. His girlfriend... Yeah. So she
is,
counts,
okay,
right?
good.
She's very likable. Yeah, well, I mean, if she's gonna sing "Baby, Baby" to me, why shit? You marry that girl, you know. You marry that girl.
Fair enough.
You're, you know.
Chris, did you find anybody else likable?
I liked all the black people, which I don't makes me racist.
They were actually characterized, at least.
Like Reggie, the grandfather. I don't remember which one he was, but yeah. Demon. I felt sad that Demon died. You know, like I don't know what the story is, but I know there's a story why Reggie and him are separated. Anita was cool. But for the most part, I'm like, who the fuck are these people? Like, if you had told me that the fucking dude in charge of the asylum was like conducting mad experiments on people and he was the one killing them, I would have fucking completely believed it because of the way shit was going. Like, oh yeah, we don't know why the very first 15 minutes of the movie, fucking dude we have cutting wood out the back just fucking murders a guy who's just got chocolate on his fingers, whatever.
Yeah, dude. How did we go from like probably the best character development in part 4 to arguably the worst character development in part 5? Like, the shift was just not just the shift in Jason versus quote Jason, but the characters were just great.
They went with quantity of writers, not quality of writers.
Oh my god, this is like some quality of shit that they would have had on the Malarkey show way back then.
This reminds me of Fu King Peas.
Full of great green penis. That's all I got.
Okay, so move right on to the hottest girl.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go Violet Moraine. Though now thinking about it, Anita might be my number one. And then hottest kill, the flare to the mouth was really cool. I wish it was longer, but I'm gonna go with that. And my honorable mention is Vic killing Joey because we did not have to deal with Joey. Someone had to do it, and we couldn't wait around for Jason.
I don't think that would be the highest quality death, but that was definitely like the number one mercy killing for the franchise.
Yeah. Thank you, Vic.
I got to go with I went with which actually I find ironic, Deborah Voorhees playing Tina for the hottest chick, and I had to go with Eddie's the belt head crush because like it's unbelievable, but it's fucking like imaginative. I'll give it that.
It seems super painful at the very least, right? So I went with Junior as my favorite kill because just like the Joey kill, like it was a mercy killing for us, the audience. Good Lord. And I did go with Tina as my hottest girl, but damn, Violet was really close. I actually really found her. I found her attractive, and I liked the fact that she wasn't like fucking supermodel, whatever. So, other deaths that I really liked. Wow, we actually mentioned Junior, Eddie, Tina, and Roy. I liked Roy's death because fuck Roy. I'm just fuck this movie, fuck the reveal, fuck everybody involved with it. I'm super happy that they made this movie because then it allowed Part 6 to be as awesome as it is, but fuck Part 5. That's what I have.
All right.
We good?
Yeah.
Oh, I got this. All right. I have Part 6, Jason Lives. And not quote Jason, but fucking real Jason. This came out in 1986. And I should note at this point that Part 5... so Part 4 took place... Part 2, 3, and 4 took place in 1984. Part 5 takes place technically in the future, in 1989. And then Part 6 takes place in 1990, per the timeline. This movie is... If you only show one Friday the 13th movie, it's got to be part 4. If you show a second one, it's probably the original. But if you're just hanging out with friends and want a good time, you may choose part 6 because it has a lot going on. It has some good characters. It has a good star. So I think the guy's name was John Shepard that played Tommy in part 5. He became a born-again Christian, so they went and they cast Tom Matthews, who is famous for his roles in Return of the Living Dead Part 1 and 2. And he's cool as shit in those, too. I have way too many notes that I can't possibly go through, or else Chris will probably don the mask and kill me. I will say that question why it's always raining in these films. I loved, we did the whole gothic horror thing. This opening's gothic horror as fuck. I mean, this is redoing fucking Frankenstein. It was pretty awesome. Jason now is powerful, badass zombie who just punches through people's chests, pulls hearts out. Like, he's back. He's the man behind the mask, okay? And Alice Cooper did 3 of the 4 songs on this soundtrack, and I've been listening to Man Behind the Mask for probably almost 3 decades now. Absolutely love it. So many fun kills here. I love when Darren and Lisbeth are like in the woods and Lisbeth has to suddenly stop because Jason's just there, and like her and Darren are discussing like, what do we do? And she's like, I'll just go in fucking reverse. And he's like, no, if we just drive really fast at him, he's going to move. Well, we all know how that played out. And Lisbeth ended up being like the wife of the director or something. I think somebody involved in this was also friends with Mick Garris, and there is a Sheriff Garris, so I always call him Mick because why not? His deputy's name was Rick Colon. He may have hung out with Rick the Model Martel. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, Jason actually almost killed Lisbeth when he does the whole like spear through the windshield. It was supposed to go straight, but it kind of deflected and came within inches of like, but by sheer force of just deflecting, it went right toward her, and almost had a real murder on the movie. So that would have been terrible. We have a cool drunk grave digger. I think his name's Martin. We have the town now called Forest Green, and the camp is called Camp Forest Green. Court has some of the worst genes known to man because the knee hole is larger than my fucking feet, which is just an absurd thing to say. We have fucking these insurance agents dressed in military fatigues playing paintball. We get a triple decapitation. We just get some batshit crazy things. And, this movie is not for everybody. If somebody says, I don't like this movie, it's too stupid, it's too comedic, I completely get where they're coming from. But this movie is meant for somebody like me that appreciates a lot of comedy, sometimes to offset some of the other shit. God, there's so many other things. But anyways, we get the story of Tommy. He's got to kill Jason, so he has a thing for the sheriff's daughter, Megan, and she's willing to help. And everybody else at the camp gets killed. We get kids finally at the camp, including a little girl named Nancy, but it is not an homage to Nightmare on Elm Street. Sadly, it makes me sad that it's not, but that's okay. And we get probably, aside from possibly Jason X, I think this is the best fight against Jason. The fucking deputy or Sheriff Mick Garris. His fight against Jason toward the end, he beats the shit out of Jason. He blasts him with shotgun 3 times. Unloads his revolver, he fucking tackles him, he kicks him, beats him down with a branch, bashes his fucking head with a rock. He does everything only to get one of the absolute most brutal deaths getting fucking folded in half. And it's a thing of beauty. Like, the whole sequence is beautiful. I don't know quite how Tommy got that large-ass rock in the boat, because he was struggling just moving it 1 foot, but somehow he managed to get a big rock into the boat, and he chained it up and tied it around Jason and kind of like noosed him. But Tommy lived, and I don't know, it was a happy little ending. Great music. The RV thing, good lord, there's some funny things about the RV. The producer, he was going to make a bonus if the film came in under budget and on time, and the director got pissed off, so he saved the RV scene till the very end because of the big explosions and stuff. And the producer was supposed to get the swamp cooler on top of the RV, so the director had the guys loosen it, so when they had the big explosion, that the swamp cooler got completely decimated, just to fuck with the producer, who apparently was pissing him off. I love these little stories. As far as the characters go, there weren't a ton of characters. There was a lot of people, but there weren't a lot of well-developed characters. This was basically Sheriff Garris, his daughter Megan, Tommy, and some other side characters that were kind of sort of developed, but not really. Like, this was kind of like one of the smaller cast as far as characters go, like major characters. One other thing that I will come back to toward the end of the podcast is the card game that they play called Camp Blood. I looked up the rules to it, and I will be happy to explain it when we get to the games. This movie's fun as hell to me. It's not great. It's just fun as hell to me. That's the best I can offer. For some reason, I don't know. I'm curious, Chris, are you going to be negative about this, or did you have fun with it?
This was one of the only ones I remember having watched when I was younger. And I remember liking it, and then I watched it, and I remembered wrong. It wasn't bad, but this definitely lives in the bottom half of the series for me. I guess a lot of my problem is just how stupid Garris is. Like, he's just fucking saying things like, if you don't listen to me, I'm going to fucking shoot you. Like, even in the 80s, you couldn't fucking get away with that kind of shit. In the fucking being a sheriff. You at least had to, wait and hide that kind of stuff. But, yeah, I mean, there were some cool kills. There were some cool cameos, like, I forgot that fucking Tony Goldwyn was in it. I didn't like the guy that got to play Tommy. I liked him the least out of the three. Although I didn't like the guy they had playing Tommy in Part 5 as an adult very much. I felt he was a little better. This guy, I don't know. I did like Megan. I enjoyed the humor. Like the scene when she's like duck her head down and he's got his head between her legs. That was funny.
A Harry Turn's coming up?
Yeah. I didn't like the like office survivalists, for lack of a better term. Like, that just was like, why? And then you see a guy walking through the woods looking like that, and instead of like trying to run away, you just stand there and let him fucking murder you. I don't know. That didn't even feel real to me. The whole ending, like Tommy getting the noose over Jason's head when Jason, is basically grappling with him at that point, and the boat is already sinking. Didn't really work for me. I did remember the whole hitting Jason in the face with the boat motor, though. Like, I like that part. And it felt really weird having all of those kids there and then really not doing too much with them. It almost
was
like,
the whole point
yeah,
just
what
to
was the
show that
point
I think the whole point is that Jason really doesn't want to harm kids, but they didn't need all those kids to prove that point.
But I mean, I didn't really get that though. It almost felt like if he had had the time, would he have gone and killed them? You know, like it didn't give me, you know, like closure on that kind of thing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it's not like he's going to take his mask off, be like, "Settle down, children. I'm not after you." Like, yeah, they kind of painted themselves a little bit in a corner with that. I guess, yeah.
What was the girl's name who was in there with the kids? You know,
Sissy and Paula. Paula was the white one.
Okay, yeah, Paula. I felt they did a decent job fleshing out. Like she was the only one outside of like Tommy, Megan, and the sheriff. And maybe that was just because of the amount of time that she actually lasted, you know, and they had to have her at least speaking to the children for the most part.
Yeah, makes sense. Actually, Paula also auditioned for Part 7, but she was auditioning for a different, like a movie under a different name, and suddenly like, she put it together. She's like, "Is this really is this actually a Friday the 13th movie?" And they're like, "Yeah." She's like, "Yeah, I was just in one." So that was a little piece of info trivia for you.
That's interesting. Yeah, so it didn't hold up to what I remembered it, and I guess that was probably just like the biggest disappointment for me.
Fair enough. Kevin, this seems like a wacky enough movie that you may have loved it.
I think it's an excellent movie up until the paintball scene. Like, I think it's so good, and then the paintball scene happens, and it kind of loses steam after that, and never completely catches back up for me. I mean, I still thought that Tommy was better in this. I think they should have probably gone with someone else besides Tommy, but I do like how they incorporated that. Like, now Tommy is trying to kill Jason. It almost had like a Phantasm sequel type vibe going on. But then it's just another Jason movie. Yeah, it is a vast improvement on Part 5, and I remember seeing this movie in bits and pieces as a kid, but not one that I watched a whole lot. But yeah, this is yeah, I like this one though. But yeah, it kind of falls apart in the end. I don't even really remember with the kids and all of that stuff, and I've watched it twice now, and I still can't hold it together by the end of the movie. So yeah, should we move on to hottest girl, hottest kill?
Well, I have a few tiny pieces of info that I just wanted to drop on you guys. I think I mentioned already, the blue truck that Tommy drives is the same one that Pam drove in Part 5. This is the only Friday the 13th without any nudity. One of the weirdest fashion choices was Sissy wearing like a football jersey with the name Baker on the back, and underneath she has suspenders on attached to her gray sweatpants, and I'm still marveling at the idea of suspenders and sweatpants.
That seems like something that you'd wear to a strip club.
Yeah.
To be honest.
This film actually heavily influenced Kevin Williamson for Scream, when he wrote Scream. This was an influence, oddly enough. Lots of references. Megan mentions Cunningham Road, which is a reference to Sean Cunningham. Tommy mentions a grocery store called Karloff's. Let's see. Sheriff Garris, he mentions a town called Carpenter. And then Sissy is possibly a reference to Sissy Spacek for Carrie. And Baker is possibly a homage to Angela Baker from the Sleepaway Camp franchise. Fun little fact, Alice Cooper was involved in this film, which is The Sixth Friday, and The Sixth Nightmare on Elm Street. So that's fun. Dan Bradley, who played Jason early on, his admittedly bulky look during the paintball scene, that earned him the nickname Bitch Tits Jason. So, yeah, those are the fun little facts that I came across and I wanted to share with you guys. With that being said, I need to know, Chris, who's the hottie for you?
Jason had bitch tits. All right, so number 6, the hottie. I had Darcy DeMoss as Nikki, and I also gave Nikki the kill with the head through the wall of the camper.
It's a good choice. What do you got, Kevin?
Nice. I have Sissy Baker as the hottest girl. It must have been those suspenders.
Sexy suspenders, man.
Yeah. She was the one with the cards. Played by Renee Jones. And hottest kill? I'm going to give it to the girl who tries to bribe Jason with her American Express card.
Oh, Lisbeth?
And then Tony Goldwyn's girl. Before he was in Ghost. Where he disappears in front of her. I think it's our first taste of transporting Jason. Or teleporting Jason, where he just teleports behind her and then just sticks her right into the ground with into that puddle. Yeah, so that is mine.
Excellent. For the hot girl, I also went with Nikki, and for the kill, I had to go with Sheriff Garris. He got folded in fucking half. For honorable mentions on girls, I thought Megan was really attractive, and she was mandated by the producers to have a sexy or attractive blonde lead. I had Sissy and Paula also. Nikki, Sissy, and Bert's bloody smiley face on the tree as honorable mentions. The kills were okay here, but, I'd say on average. So, I think we are good here. We can move on to part 7. All right. I'm doing back-to-back ones because reasons. I really just didn't want to do part 9, to be fair. So, I took part 7. This is Eric's favorite Friday the 13th.
I can understand that. As soon as you say that, I'm like, I see it.
It makes perfect sense, right?
Yes.
Come to find out, though, this is actually really popular. When I was looking on Reddit and various other places for, people talking about their favorite one, and this gets brought up probably just as much as, the original in part 4. I don't know. Some people just like the idea of Carrie versus Jason. Originally, they wanted to do Freddy versus Jason, but New Line Cinema and Paramount couldn't agree on the, I think, global versus domestic distribution. So instead, they're just like, let's just create a Carrie type character. And yeah, that's where we're at. So this is called The New Blood. Why is it called The New Blood? Because Tommy's gone. He's not dead. They never killed Tommy, but, he's just gone. So we got New Blood now, and that's in the form of Tina. This is the first of 4 Kane Hodder films as Jason. He is what most people consider to be the definitive Jason. Although I really liked the guy who played Jason in Part 6. I don't know his name off the top of my head, but I did like him. He looked the part. But Kane is Jason to many people, and that's cool. So we get a story early on where we meet Tina. She's a little kid at this point. Her mom, Amanda, and her dad, John, they're having an argument. John's an alcoholic, and he smacks Amanda. Tina's not having it. She gets really mad and causes John to... He's on a dock, and the whole thing collapses. He goes under and fucking drowns to death, and this causes mental problems, supposedly. We find out that Tina has been getting some treatment, especially from a Dr. Cruz, and the idea is to go to Crystal Lake, and he wants to really push her buttons to see what kind of shit he can make her do, and some of the scenes are very reminiscent of Firestarter, in my opinion. Like, in trying to push, like when they're trying to push Charlie to do, set shit on fire. We get like a cabin like really close by, full of teenagers that clearly don't look like teenagers, but whatever. God, this has so many people, and they don't tell you who they are until like halfway through the movie. Like, trying to get names of people was super difficult for this particular one. I know Tina's our main girl. We have the kind of stuck-up bitch. Her name's Melissa. We have Robin, who's the redhead. We have Maddie, who is probably the quote-unquote unattractive girl in the film. We have Sandra, another Sandra. I swear they repeat fucking names. Like we have a Tina. We've had two Tinas. We've had two Terrys. We've had two Sandras. Whatever. Sandra is the one hooking up with, I don't remember his fucking name. The guy who's Russell, I think. Russell. Yeah. We have a Michael. They're throwing a party for him, but he gets killed by fucking Jason. Jason gets brought back because Tina does some telekinetic bullshit. There's just a lot of people. It's kind of a clusterfuck. I kind of wish they could have trimmed this film by about 6 characters and done character development. That would have made this way better. A lot of the focus, though, is mainly on the handsome guy Nick trying to, be cool with Tina, including when she takes her suitcase out of the trunk and her clothes go on the ground and he handles her panties and she gets really pissed off. Tina's relationship with her mom is, the mom's trying her best, but she trusts the doctor way too much, and the doctor's kind of doing things for selfish purposes. Lots of deaths, some telekinesis stuff. I don't know. There are parts where it's good, and then there's parts where it just feels... This is one of those times where it kind of feels like the same old shit to me. There are times where it's really cool, and then sometimes where I'm just like, all right, we're going through the fucking motions now, and it's part 7. I get it. And I don't know. I don't even understand why. I think it was, I don't know what, David somehow was getting both Robin and Maddie after him. And Maddie, when she did her hair and makeup and stuff, she looked good, but her dress was a terrible color. And her hiding game in the barn was just utterly stupid as shit. Inexcusably bad. Anyways, telekinesis wins the day, and, she, with the help of her drunk dad rising from the fucking water and dragging Jason down, we get the end of the movie, and I don't know. I remember liking this movie way more, but this time I just was not into it, and that's okay, because that makes this segment a little shorter on my behalf. So, Kevin, what do you got for me here?
Well, yeah, this one's a lot of fun. The whole telekinetic thing, I think what they knew they had to do, even back with part 5, but they just never really got it right, was that they always had to change it up. And they always, have these things that, change it up. They should have gotten rid of Tommy probably after 4 if you weren't going to continue to have Corey Feldman. Why are we fast-forwarding the time so much? But this one, this is, all of that telekinetic stuff really is what makes this movie, though. Because without it, it doesn't set anything else apart. Even though the whole doctor and the mom, and it's not like wildly different from anything we've seen before, but
The telekinesis is the one defining characteristic of this movie.
and it makes it fun to see, like, the nails go at Jason, and it doesn't really do anything, and they go really super Halloween horror with the Jason underneath the mask. It looks like something straight out of a haunted house. And I guess I'll just say this. How much money would they have made in 1988 if they did Freddy vs. Jason?
All the squabbles about domestic versus international would have been... It wouldn't have fucking mattered. They would have been making cash hand over fist. Instead, greed, man.
Yeah. Because they would have had to share it.
They would have had to share, 4 times as much as what they made on this, so they still would have doubled their money easily. Easily.
This is the time to do it, because this was like...
MTV was still killing it, and MTV would promote the shit out of this.
Yeah, especially, because it is very, like, 80... I mean, they're all in the 80s, but really, even part 4 that has, like, Corey Feldman and Crispin Glover, and the dancing sequences, but it really gets super 80s later on, because 6 is very... I'm going to say heavy metal, but, let me use that term loosely. Besides the Alice Cooper stuff, of course. But yeah, it's very, I actually do have a worst kill for this movie, and it's the girl getting thrown out the window, and, like, that she's supposed to die. Like, she gets thrown out of a window, and we see her fall, and then that's it. Forever. Okay, so it's like... It isn't as inventive as the other kills, and it doesn't really show us that it's just her falling out of a window.
What, you're complaining about the second or third time Jason's thrown somebody out the window? I mean, it's just like the fucking channel. Here's the thing, though, Kevin. Not gonna lie, that was still sadly my second favorite kill because I didn't like a lot of the kills in this one. But I completely understand. Like, the invention is kind of at a loss here. I mean, aside from Amanda's hair game, which was clearly on point.
Yeah. And I think what makes it worse is that it is the second or third time that it happens, and it's the exact same thing. They, like, show her fall. I guess she's dead.
The slow motion, yeah, dude.
Yeah. It was shot well, though. I'll give it that. It was probably the best shot of all of the thrown out of the window ones, but
yeah. What do you got, Chris?
This wasn't too bad. It was just okay. Tina wasn't too bad. Like, the special effects for every time she was doing her shit was kind of stupid. As you pointed out when you were talking, Kane Hodder was, who I always thought Jason. I was like, oh, that's Jason. He's Jason. But now that I've rewatched them, I think he's the worst Jason out of all of them. And I think a lot of that ties to the fact that he's basically in most of the worst movies in the franchise. So, sorry for that, dude. I think, I liked Nick. He was, decent for, like, as we talked earlier, they usually suck at the guys. He was an okay guy. Melissa was definitely, like, fucking one of the bitchiest people in the fucking series, but, she was a decent character actor for that part. Excuse me. I was like, who the fuck is Dr. Cruz? I'm like, I know I've seen him in something, and I had to look it up, and it's like, holy shit, that's fucking Bernie from Weekend at Bernie's. So,
wow.
Oh, no shit.
So that was interesting. I was like, I feel that he did much better as an actor in Weekend at Bernie's, though, and he didn't have a ton of lines for most of that, so maybe that should say something. This one was just kind of okay. It is meh, but it didn't let me down as much as 6 did. So, like, it's 6 and 7 were neck and neck. I could have put them either way in my list, but I'm not going to change it now, so I'll leave them where they stay. So yeah, there you go.
Cool. I'm just realizing I had something funny and witty to say, but I don't have it pulled up, so
Because that's how it works.
It really is. I had something from when I did my reviews, and now I can't find it. Well, why don't we talk about hot girls and best kills while I frantically look this up?
I'll go first if you want, Kevin.
Yeah, go ahead.
I went with Tina, Laura Park Lincoln. I liked her bang game. I don't know that it was necessarily like really attractive bangs, but they were going on. And Melissa was just too much of a bitch for me to appreciate her. And as much as I liked, what was the one who got herself dolled up? As much as I liked her, like you said, that outfit fucking killed it for me. In regards to that, for my kill, I have to give it to Judy, where she gets picked up in the sleeping bag against a tree. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a great one. Would you say her bangs be banging, Chris?
Kevin, you come up with the best ones through this podcast. I've been rewatching some of our podcasts, and you do have the best one-liners.
Yeah, her bangs be banging. Okay, I have... Susan Jennifer Sullivan. That would be Melissa. Like has nothing to do with it. She was the best. And hottest kill, I'm going to go with the doctor with the weed whacker to the guts, only because I knew someone was going to mention the sleeping bag. Yeah, and worst kill, girl getting thrown out the window.
I had Robin as my hottest, and I did have Judy, the sleeping bag, as number one. I had Kevin's least favorite as my number two, Dr. Cruz as number three, and I really there's a secret bit of goodness in Ben's kill because he gets his head crushed, but it's vertical as opposed to side to side. So it's a little different take, and immediately Jason takes the noisemaker and impales whatever her name was, Ben's woman, in the face with it. So that whole sequence was kind of fun. Now, I found the thing that I wanted to read something I found from Wikipedia. And it's just a quick paragraph here. One of the concepts for Part 7 was conceived by associate producer Barbara Sachs and was noted as being similar to the plot of Jaws, wherein a corporate land developer covers up the previous Jason Voorhees massacres in order to profitably build condos on Crystal Lake. Executive producer Frank Mancuso Jr. resisted the idea, and screenwriter Daryl Haney stated, "There's always a teenage girl who's left to battle Jason by herself. What if the girl had telekinetic powers?" Sachs, who considered the Jason versus Carrie concept to be an interesting idea, wanted the installment to be more respectable than the previous entries in the series. Haney stated that she wanted it to be unlike any other Friday the 13th movie. She wanted it to win an Academy Award. Yeah. She wanted Part 7, Friday the 13th Part 7, to win a fucking Academy Award.
Wanted one thumbs up from Siskel or Ebert. I don't give a fuck.
Oh my god. I mean, good on her that she aimed that high for this. You gotta give props to her for shooting high, but damn.
Hey, Sissy Spacek got a nomination for Carrie.
Yeah, just, it's not like the girl playing Tina. She was actually good in the role and everything. It's just, actually, you know what though? Young Tina, her weird ass stare when she's trying to do telekinesis is terribly dumb looking, and it reminds me of some shit you'd see out of Village of the Damned, which made me want to drink more. So, and we all know my history of Village of the Damned and drinking. All right, cool. I can shut up for a long time now. I'm excited.
Oh, okay. So we're good, right? Did we do? Everyone went So we're on to...
I'm excited, Kevin.
Okay. All right. Friday the 13th, Part 8. Jason Takes Manhattan. 1989. Written and directed by Rob Hedden. This is what you get when you cross a writer, a ship captain, a musician, a filmmaker, a boxer, a prom queen, and Jason Voorhees. And what the outcome of this is, the most 80s thing you've ever fucking seen. This movie is a bunch of students put them on a cruise ship to New York City with Jason and just starts immediately killing people. Actually, even before he gets to the cruise ship. I did read that this was had the poorest reception at the box office due to the misleading title. I'm guessing Jason Takes Manhattan, portion of it, which I'm guessing because most of the movie takes place on the ship, which actually had a lot of really cool set pieces, and I thought looked really good. When we get to New York, Jason isn't really the dangerous element in the movie anymore. He actually stops the sexual assault. It takes 8 movies and where Jason actually kind of becomes the good guy. And then immediately the next scene has a fist fight with Julian on the roof, and shows his full teleportation powers in all its glory.
Technically, he did that earlier when he teleported up the ladder when the guy was on the ship.
Yeah, that was...
Did he teleport there, or did he fly? That might have been... Like, he might have flown.
He's like 80 feet away from the dude. The guy goes to go, and then Jason's like grabbing his nuts.
Yeah, and he's like way up there too. Yeah, that was a great scene. And I remember when that happened too. I'm like, so have we established that Jason doesn't climb? Like, yes, but he does. He may fly or teleport.
So is Jason related to Claptrap? Stairs. I can't climb stairs.
My one weakness.
But he can. But he can get there. However, we don't know. It's still one of the few mysteries still left with Jason Voorhees.
Well, Kevin, to answer that, in the most recent game, he has a power where he's kind of like the evil spirit in Evil Dead, where he can like just kind of float around at really fast speed, and he can also teleport. So he has 2 options that we know of.
So he definitely floated to the ladder.
Yeah.
Teleported up the building for sure. Yeah. I mean, there's been some other cases too but nothing as in your face as this one. And this has a lot of great 80s sequences in it. The boxing scene, the guitar player in the beginning, the Joan Jett wannabe. Jason kicking the boombox, the waitress putting the cigarette out in this sunny side up eggs is one of my favorite scenes of the whole movie. This is if it wasn't Jason Takes Manhattan, if they just did it on the boat, I think why this movie, and there's a lot of bad shit, and most of it kind of happens. I mean, the whole thing of, like, them getting to New York, escaping from Jason on the boat, and then the gang members, and then they're like, it gets, like, really hardcore rape scene about to happen where they're drugging her up. And, like, the other characters are like, well, what are we going to do? We just going to stand here and let this happen? Like, I think we all need to split up. It's just like, this is just terrible. This is worse than anything that any of you guys have complained about in any of the movies previously, or myself, I believe. This is just awful. And that's just terrible. Yeah. I'll throw it over to you guys. Oh, and the dog at the end. Oh, so
Wait,
bad.
how the fuck did the dog get on the boat, on the raft? Nobody explains that. Did Jason teleport the dog down? Because he does not like hurting animals. So I'm wondering if Jason lended a helping hand in getting the dog from the boat to the life raft, because there's no other explanation. The dog didn't climb down the ladder.
Well, he stopped a rape, so I'm gonna give Jason that possibility. He does. He's kind of likable in this one.
He is.
And the only thing about this is that this is probably my favorite Jason death. There's so many cool things in this movie, but it's just so bad. Like, I mean, it's all just, it doesn't make sense.
This is
incomprehensible.
Yeah. This movie has such a fucking dichotomy, though, because it's one of the ones that actually has, like Kent mentioned earlier, decent actors. You know, like some of the character actors in this, you know, were thespians. You can just tell. And then you have like nonsensical shit that. So this is the one where like the geography of New Jersey just gets fucking destroyed. Because somehow the boat that's on Crystal Lake, and we know it's on Crystal Lake because Jason still has the chain around his neck when they electrocute the power lines that are somehow now under the lake to bring him back with the anchor. I thought that was, you know, kind of what the fuck. And then he kills the people on the boat, and the boat drifts to the dock that the high school students are taking off on, so Jason can get off boat 1 to get onto boat number 2. So I was like, so now Crystal Lake goes straight to the ocean. Yeah, this one is rough. It's fucking rough. The second thing that I hated in this series, besides part 5 where Corey Feldman gets told to like forget how to act, is the fact that Jason's been out of the water for days at this point, and yet all of his clothes are still soaking wet everywhere he goes in this one. It bothered me. I don't normally see things like Kent does, but I saw that and it took me out of every single scene that Jason was in this movie.
I'm glad to see I'm wearing off on you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Cash.
So one called Jason, or Friday the 13th Part 8, Jason Gets Wet. And stays wet.
And then
stays wet the entire time.
They're supposed to be high school students, and Rennie looks like she's in her fucking 30s. I don't know how that happened.
Well, she was gifted a pen that Stephen King used to have. Come on now.
Probably. I think probably was. Probably.
She probably bought it off a guy on the street. It's like, got this pen from Stephen King. Oh, I'll buy it. All right.
I do like how the fact that on IMDb, Ace playing Toby the dog is the 9th credited actor in the cast.
All right. Are you good, Chris?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First and foremost, the opening song, while adequate, they should have ponied up a little bit of money and either got You Belong to the City by Glenn Frey or played Baker Street, which, even if you guys don't know what Baker Street is, you guys know Baker Street, just probably not by name. Like, they could have had a better song than the shit that they had. The first girl was sexy, but definitely like porn star sexy, and that bitch could not act. When she's like being scared of Jason while she's quote unquote hiding, and she just like horrible. I'd rather have had a less attractive girl that could have acted. And I don't normally say that, but in this case, it is completely valid. I like that we had a creepy boat guy. That was fun. Possibly the best dialogue in the whole franchise with Charles and Tamara, when Charles is like, hey, what do you think you're doing? I mean, no. You stop that. I mean, really. That is the greatest performance out of anybody doing anything in Friday the 13th. I love it. I love it. And I like that we go from fucking somebody that has telekinetic powers to Rennie's power of empathy. She's like the fucking kid in fucking Captain Planet. It's like, heart. She has empathy. Great, grand, fucking wonderful. God. Now, as I pointed out in part 6, we had sweatpants, suspenders. We cannot overlook that Kelly Hu was wearing her suspenders over her shirt, but they were backwards. I don't believe I ever saw that fashion trend once in my life until I saw this movie, and I don't think I've ever seen it since. So, kudos to Kelly Hu. As Kevin mentioned, takes well over half the fucking movie. It takes almost like an hour before they get to New York. That's great. Jimmy, he oversells his death. I'm there for that. He's the first guy that's with the porn star girl. The rock star girl, her name was J.J. Jarrett, and I was kind of hoping that was a nod to wrestler Jeff Jarrett, but this was way before his time, so that makes me sad. I have lots of notes on the deaths, but not a whole lot of anything great going on. God, can we talk about the ending? Like, I know Kevin kind of brought it up, but what the fuck? What the fuck was that ending? What the fuck was Rennie seeing young Jason and all these things, and then that weird, because we all know at midnight, New York City just floods its sewers with weird green waste that will kill people like Jason, I guess. I don't, what the fuck?
Oh. Let me bring something else up, Kent. Sorry to
go
interrupt
ahead.
your rant because it goes along with it. I'm from New York, okay? I wasn't born in Manhattan. I was born in Brooklyn, but I'm from New York City. I've been there a bunch of times. I lived there for, the first year and a half of my life. Never have I walked off a boat onto a pier and immediately been jumped by two people who are going to take my woman and take her into the fucking back alleys and just rape her right off the bat.
That's not a common occurrence for you?
It's not a 30-second thing. It's usually like at least a couple hours, and it's
shit.
not.
Okay, good to know.
I'm like, what did they think was going on in the U.S.? And especially because it's called Jason Takes Manhattan. Like if there's one borough that's upper class in New York City, it's Manhattan.
To go along with that, in the very opening, the very first shot, we see a guy walking in an alley and two guys just steal from him. Like while they're playing the shitty song. Like, because they showed New York before we got to New York, which was also very conflicting. Here's a question. All right. Why did nobody help the teacher, Colleen, out of the car after Rennie crashed it and it was on the verge of exploding? Like, the two guys made sure to get Rennie out when nobody helped the teacher, and then they look back like, oh, we forgot her. Oh, big explosion. That seems really bad.
Yeah, that's fucking rough. They're like, oh, we got the hot chick. I mean, yeah. Hot-ish chick.
And how great Charles trying to teach Rennie how to swim. I approve of that. Just, he really is actually probably one of my top 3 favorite characters in the whole Friday the 13th franchise. I found his character to be utterly entertaining for all the right and wrong reasons. Without him, this movie actually could be worse than Part 5. I'm that high up on Charles. And I know specifically I have talked to Kevin and bashed the shit out of this movie, but I've watched it 3 times this month, and it's starting to grow on me in its own weird way. Like, it's stupid, it's shitty, it's cheesy as fuck, but there's some entertainment value. And also, the future Jason, for, was it Freddy vs. Jason? Ken Kirzinger. He is the head chef at the diner that they go to. He's the big beefy dude that tries taking on Jason. So
I did not realize that.
Yep,
that's pretty cool.
I don't know if that's how he was discovered, but I think Kane couldn't do it or whatever, and basically Ken got recommended for the job. So Yeah, that's my input. Actually, you know what? I'll say this: some decent kills for a shitty movie. Some decent kills.
Yeah, even the Jason kill. I mean, up until like, but then when he like turns into.
Well,
Kid
why does he
Jason,
turn
I
to
don't know
Kid
what the
Jason,
hell is
Kevin?
going
Explain
on.
this to me. It's your movie. Tell me.
I don't know. This is one of the ones I saw a lot as a kid, so it like when you kind of go back and watch them, it's a different experience. Like kind of knowing the story and then going back and watching 3, where it's like not much about
Kevin,
that
how
at
do you feel that you had to first
man.
try to explain the ending to Part 5, and then you have to try to explain the ending to Part 8?
Oh, dude! I mean, it's with the fucking dog. Oh, yeah. But it's just madness. It's silly fun. So are we all caught up? Do you guys all?
Yeah,
I'm good on my rant.
All right, hottest girl. Let's throw it over to.
I had to go with Tamara because Susie, as an actress, just poured the piss on me. I couldn't do Eva because the backward suspenders, and Rennie looked like a fucking 30-year-old.
And then let's go with your kills.
Oh. Interestingly enough, I'll say this. I was shocked. I looked at a list, somebody made a list of like the best, like every Friday the 13th kill. And this person had this in like the 80s, and I was like, what the fuck? This is easily a top 10 kill in my opinion. Julius getting his fucking head like a fucking Tyson blow to the dome, okay? It's such a great kill. But not only that, the boxer in the sauna is really high up on honorable mention. One of my favorite, kills. So, love both of them.
And the head rolling down into the dumpster is so
I'll
great.
give credit even for Jason when he's attacking Tamara. Not only does he reach through the door, but he grabs a hold of her robe and shoves her so that she has to disrobe while he's attacking her. That's a bit of class that you don't get in other movie franchises.
No, you don't. All right. You all set? Kent? All right, Chris.
All right, I got to go with Eva because I've had a crush on Kelly Hu ever since I've seen Scorpion King back in the day. And for kills, I got to go with Julius. Again, the head knocked off. I mean, I never watched the movie entirely when I was a kid, but that is one I fucking do remember seeing. I don't remember if it was on TV or if somebody was just playing the video, like, hey, look at this cool shit. But I do remember Julius's fucking death.
Yeah, it's definitely a reason to watch the movie. Because we would just watch movies for scenes back in the day.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I mean, I still will to this day to some extent, but a lesser extent than back then in watching these movies. And that was one of the greatest. My hottest girl is J.J. Jarrett. I'm going to go, and I think the J.J. is Joan Jett. And they threw another J in there for some reason.
So it's not Jeff Jarrett?
No, but it is a triple J, yeah. And that dude with the camera should have went down there with her. She would have probably definitely taken that.
Wayne was such a fucking tool, though, man. God, yeah, you're right. Wayne could have gotten somewhere, but he was too fucking dumb.
Let me go make this fucking smut. Let me go make exploitation, ransom, revenge films.
He has a future in the internet era.
Yeah. You won't go to NYU, but you'll do good at TMZ. All right, so hottest kill, obviously the head dumpster, but the syringe through the back out the chest was pretty good, and also it was one of the guys that was gonna sexually assault, and it's the same syringe he used to drug her up, so That was cool. You actually wanted Jason to kill that person, even though by this time we want Jason to kill everyone. That's why we're watching these movies. And the guitar into the face, even though we don't see the guitar in the face, I like the blood splatter with Jason. I thought that was pretty cool, and it was sad to see her go, but yeah.
Just to be clear, are you saying that Julius isn't your favorite, right?
Oh no, that's the best. I mean, it's one of the best in the entire series. Number 80? That's ridiculous.
It's her. Like
if it's not your number one, I get it, but whatever.
It's top 5 at least, and I was just surprised because otherwise the list itself was actually really well done. It was just like this weird outlier.
Yeah, they were like, everyone loves this one. I'm gonna
be a contrarian, damn it.
Yeah. Rest of my list is fire. Okay, and we're on to speaking of fire. Perfect segue into the next one.
I feel like I'm on fire. All right.
Hey, listen, Chris. You get Kane Hodder in 3 roles in your movie. Nobody else can say that.
I don't even
number 9.
I don't even know what roles they would be. You're gonna have to fill me in on that one. This reminded me of watching a fever dream. Like I feel like I've never taken a hallucinogen in my life, but watching this kind of made me guess what like a mild trip could be like. So apparently we have retcons to the last 7 movies that just came, and all sorts of shit. It kind of goes places that like the Halloween reboots did, I guess, similarly.
David Gordon Green is so jealous of this movie.
I bet David Gordon Green watched this movie right before he wrote the final, Halloween in his. Which one was that?
Ends.
Yeah.
Halloween Ends.
He's like, let me watch Jason Goes to Hell and do that to John Carpenter's franchise. I did like the chick at the beginning. I'll give it that. She was one of the hottest girls in the franchise. FBI agent.
That's Hat Girl. That's what I call her.
Yeah. FBI agent Elizabeth Marcus, FBI. So apparently now, nobody believed that Jason was real ever in any of the movies before this, but now we have an FBI task force hunting him down for, how many, was it 83 kills? Something like that?
85?
85, somewhere around there. And now not only are the FBI hunting him down, but he's on like a Dateline special, and everybody in the U.S. knows about him. So I found that interesting. We've gone from trying to convince people that he's real to, everybody believing that he's real, and multiple people working to track him down and kill him. And then somehow the evil within Jason is able to possess people and get them to start killing. Because the only people who can kill him permanently are a member of the Voorhees family, so somehow he now has family that never was brought up before. And the only way for him to be reborn is through a Voorhees member. Or getting his member into a Voorhees. I don't. This movie was all over the place and all sort of weird fucking decisions. Like, Creighton Duke is one of the most interesting side characters there is in the entire series, but like some of his decisions don't make sense. Like, he's willing to assist people for money, but then when Steve wants information, Creighton forces him to allow him to break his fingers in order to give it. I'm like, where the fuck is this coming from? It does have some decently gruesome kills, but also, weirdly enough, there's more guns in this than I think in just about every one of the other movies in the series, with the possible exception of Jason X. I'll let you guys get into that when you go over that. But this is a hot, steaming pile of shit. And the only thing that's keeping it from being worse than 5 is the fact that the special effects were decent. There was some creativity in it, but like the story is just out there, and not in a good way. Like, I enjoy weird, trippy shit. I love Terry Gilliam movies, but this does not compare.
This was a missed opportunity to finally give some backstory on Jason's father, Elias. Like, if they were going to do it, this was the time to finally fucking do it. And they still just didn't do it. And instead, they gave us a weird story about, eating black hearts. And, I don't know, we get a fucking dagger scene where the dagger just magically transforms out of fucking nowhere. And I guess it's okay in a world where we have fucking zombie Jason. I guess. I don't know. The fact that fucking Steven somehow could overpower Jason through a window, like, come the fuck on. Look at Steven. You tell me that guy's going to overpower any version of Jason. Even fucking Kid Jason in fucking part 1 probably beats Steven's bitch ass. Okay? I think Jessica may be one of the single most useless characters in the franchise. There are some good actors, though. That's really a saving grace, is that Stephen Williams is an awesome actor. Goes out like a complete bitch, like, all this hype, and then he just gets bear hugged to death. Like, come on now. Hulk Hogan survived Andre the Giant bear hugging him for like 3 minutes in a match. Creighton Duke can't handle fucking 10 seconds? Give me a fucking break. Pro wrestling's real. Leslie Jordan. I love Leslie Jordan. I only really know him from American Horror Story, but he makes me laugh. I felt Ward got done a little dirty, and props to Richard Gant, who was the coroner, and I know him from Big Lebowski. He's the black cop that tells the dude that there's no hope for the Creedence tape. So, yeah, some fun characters, but shit show of a story. Just so bad. And, did anybody like Jessica? Because I felt like she was a really bad final girl. Like, she was the worst final girl in the franchise. I didn't find her likable or redeemable. I just didn't like her. Did either of you guys like her?
I mean, the moment she picks up the knife, like, or whatever the fuck, the dagger, like, no. Absolutely not.
I mean, coming from the position of being a dad, if my wife, like, didn't tell me that I had a kid, left me, and then was like, oh yeah, Mom, you can tell him that he can come visit his son, that fucking, she's a fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Oh man. There's things I like about this movie, like, the coroner eating the heart, like, is awesome. And him, if it was him, like, almost the whole time, it would have been great.
He was really good. He was really good.
Yeah, he was good. He could have kept going and then flashing back through, but I think they switched too many characters. Yeah, this is yeah, there's things I like, there's things I don't. The Steven, he is like you cannot have Jason fist fight anyone without him crushing their head or like hold toe to toe at all, like in this. And you have like the biggest dork in a Letterman jacket, like like fist fighting Jason is ridiculous, especially after like immediately watching 8 and seeing Julius get his head knocked off. Like, oh, he was terrible and actually should have died. Jessica may have been a worse character, but
Steve had plot armor up the ass, though. Like, there was no such. I don't know. I feel like he was just as strong against Jason as Shelley or fucking Joey would have been. Okay, like, It's just ridiculous that this guy.
No, it would have been like Shelley or what's his name, like fighting like Julius. That's what we got with fucking Steve.
Oh yeah, that was fucking terrible. I'm mostly good with this movie.
Oh, I will say that Kane Hodder played one of the security guards at the coroner thing. And you see later on the TV show that he's one of the two dead ones. He got his eyes gouged out. And his third role was the man wearing the Freddy glove at the very end.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, triple duty for Kane Hodder, and then the fucking dick tease that lasted a decade before we could go anywhere. That was cool.
It did end the movie on a good note.
Oh, God, I was hyped. I could not have been more hyped. And then I spent year after year, like, looking at magazines, like, when's it going to happen? They gave it to us. They're telling us this is going to happen. And then it just... Yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure, I didn't look her up, but Rusty Schwimmer, the diner lady, I'm pretty sure she was on Married with Children a few times. Probably protesting against No Ma'am.
Oh yeah, I didn't even get into that fucking section, the fucking diner. Let's not go there.
All right, we good with going for the hottest?
Yeah.
Pookie?
Kevin,
So
kick it off. Yeah. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Oh, okay, so I have her listed as girl in cabin in towel. The decoy lady from the FBI. What was her name?
Julie Michaels playing Elizabeth Marcus, FBI.
Yeah, definitely. Cause she like with the towel when she jumps on the car. Like you're like, what's going on here? Yeah. So I vaguely remember that as a kid. So and then hottest kill. Oh, the girl in the tent gets ripped apart with the signpost. I could watch this as a kid, but I could never watch that scene because there's all of that sex like all the way up to it. So I never really got to see that scene as much. As many times I watched it as a kid.
The girl that got the spike through her in the torso? Is that what you're saying?
No. Well, they're the two people that are doing it in the tent. The girl gets killed outside, the redheaded lady. And then,
that's Alexis. And then Deborah's inside the tent.
Yeah, and she gets the signpost through her, and then it rips up. Yeah. I mean, that's what it looks like. It's like a signpost. I couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it looks like something, you'd put a stop sign on.
What I read was that it was a railroad spike or some shit, but yeah, I saw it more as a signpost too, but okay.
Oh. All right, that's me.
All right, I'll go. I mirrored Kevin exactly, 1 for 1 on that one. And in my notes, I wrote, Deborah, split with a signpost. So, I mean, it looked like a signpost to me.
Well, make that 3 for 3 on Deborah. The only difference is I did choose Alexis over the Mets girl. Just barely.
I don't even remember which one was Alexis.
There was a lot of attractive girls. So Alexis was the other girl that was with the guy that wanted Steve to stay with them for some reason, like hot chick trying to hit on Letterman jacket fucking guy, whatever. But even Vicky was not unattractive. So and Vicky, you know what? If Deborah didn't have an amazing kill, Vicky's kill was great. She stabs Jason, like spears him, and then he pulls her to him, like, and impales her, and then I can't remember what he pulls her through, and then he squeezes her head. So we get the head squeeze and an impalement. Like, that's a pretty good kill in most other movies, but just it's no Deborah kill.
Oh, can we bring up the fact that Jason Embryo jumps into the vagina of a woman to rebirth himself as giant undead Jason?
Oh, yes. We should have... how did we miss... Yeah, there's so many cool things in this movie. But it's just so stupid. Outweighed by.
Yes. Yes, it is.
I actually liked Edna getting her... She was meeting the one guy, and she's trying to get into the car, and her head just gets smushed, and it looks so comically bad that I laugh when I see that one. So I gotta recognize Gabe. It's solid. So, all right, we good on the high water mark so far of the franchise?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
All right, we're on to number 10, Jason X, 2001. Written by Todd Farmer, directed by Jim Isaac. And this is another Kane Hodder Jason. This one, Jason is captured and being held at the Crystal Lake Research Facility. They decide to cryogenically freeze Jason for research on his regenerative abilities. Jason does get free, but ultimately does get frozen until a professor and his students go on a field trip to Old Earth, as it's too polluted for human life and people live on Earth 2. Oh yeah, it's 445 years later in the year 2455. They also reanimate the woman that was frozen with Jason back in 2010. That's when... Oh, man. This one is so convoluted in the beginning. This is basically Jason Takes Manhattan, but on a spaceship. There's a lot of great kills, early 2000 CGI, and a video game Matrix influence in the sci-fi of it all. It's kind of like an alien movie, but with Jason, or Uber Jason, if you will. I can see why people didn't like it at the time, but I think what they knew before even 8 is that they need to change it up in some way, and this is incredibly inventive for this kind of genre film so late into the Friday the 13th series. And it is the epitome of like a sci-fi B movie. Like a Sci-Fi Channel movie.
Yeah, the production value is that of a made-for-TV Sci-Fi Channel movie. Like,
And some of the acts pretty bad. Yeah,
this is a slight step. It's like a slight step up from Independence Day Disaster. Only a slight step up, though. Chris, you want to go?
No, I'll go. This is a fucking... Again, it's another one of those lost opportunities because it's a cool idea. Like, and were they the first to really go there? Did they do Jason X before Leprechaun in Space, and I forgot which Hellraiser one that went to space was?
Hellraiser 4. That's a good question. I don't have an answer for you.
Either way, though, it's a cool opportunity that got squandered. Like the you have really attractive women. You have like David Cronenberg somehow. He must have just been there for the paycheck. I mean, that's got to completely be the only reason he was fucking in it at all. And then you've got like, it reminds me of, maybe like the Alien versus Predator Requiem, where it was just like, let's squander everything that we have in an effort to try to be graphic. I don't like, a lot of the kills are just kind of subpar. I mean, the thing that stood out for me the most in this was the domination scene with what the hell is it? Professor Lowe getting his nipples clamped. That was an interesting choice for a portion of this movie. When they turn Jason into the cyborg Jason, it's like some of the worst special effects ever. Like The suit is so bad, it's unbelievable. I do like how they get rid of Jason at the end, though. I mean, that falling into the atmosphere from outer space, that's pretty cool. It's not a good horror movie. It's not a good sci-fi movie. The acting is subpar. Basically, it's just got a couple pretty faces. I don't understand how this is a higher rating than Jason Goes to Hell, which I did not like, because I think this is the worst one in the series. Bar 5. Kent, please. Continue off of what I hit.
I like this better than Jason Goes to Hell. I did see this in the movie theater. It was delayed by a year because of 9/11. And it's weird because I remember going to Kmart around that time and seeing a Jason X costume. And I'd heard that the movie was coming out, and then the movie never released. At the time, I didn't think to check to see what was going on, but that's why it did get released a year, or got postponed a year, whatever you want to say. This movie's bad, but at this point we'd waited 9 years, and it was a fun movie-going experience. It was cheesy. The girls were by and large nice to look at. This actually has some good kills in theory. In execution, not so much, because as I read, the first film in the Friday the 13th series to rely on digital effects for death and gore shots, and over-reliance is... yeah. KM could have been a cooler thing. I know that they tried making her cool, but they could have really amped up her coolness. The whole Space Marine thing has just been done to death. This still was better than Ghost on Mars.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
The bar is not high at
Blasphemy.
all.
This is not better than Ghost of Mars.
Yeah, Cronenberg was just there for the fucking paycheck. I am a sucker for the virtual reality scene toward the end. So one thing that really, really, really bothers me, this movie, when they did Janessa's kill, when she's going to get pulled through the ventilation grate there, if they could have come up with a way to fucking show that instead of just implying it, that would have honestly been a really cool death. I feel it was a missed opportunity. Instead, we just get to see some guts hanging off of a vent. That doesn't do much. The whole thing is quite preposterous. But once again, some of the deaths are decent. It's also not good. I don't know. You have to be in the right mindset for some of these movies. This is definitely a movie where having a few drinks in you, or just looking for mindless entertainment while you're watching something with friends to have a laugh at, sure. If you're looking for a serious horror movie, look elsewhere. Leprechaun 4 and Hellraiser 4 both came out in 1996. So 6 years after the fact, they made this came out. So lessons were not learned at all. And I think, Chris, you said you liked Brodsky doing the kill in the atmosphere. That was actually one of the more grating kills for me. I did not like it, but I did like. I think his name was Condor, when he's on the drill and he slowly starts spiraling down the drill. I found that charming in its own stupid way.
I've liked the guy who played Brodsky ever since I saw him in Spartacus in 300, so.
That makes sense. He was a good... Yeah. I liked him as an actor, and he played the role really well.
Yeah, he's my hottest guy in this movie. Where he floats off into space at the end, that is not very good, but I did actually kind of like... how they leave it open at the very, very end. For how bad the movie is, it actually ends on an okay note. Like, oh, there could be another one. And we don't actually get another one in the context of this movie.
Yeah. So, can we go right on to the hotness?
Yeah.
I'll start it out. Hottest girl. I'm gonna go. Lexa Duig, Rowan, the final girl actually is my choice, and hottest kill is the cryogenic face smash, which also Kane Hodder cops a feel as he like pops the girl's boobs.
Yeah, he
her
does.
shirt. Like
really gropes the shit out of her.
Yeah, they're like, we're gonna pop these out the bottom. Yeah.
Kent, you're taking all these down, right, for the lists?
I am.
What I want to know is afterwards is how many, in addition to this one, that Kevin and I are exactly the same on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because, I went with the same thing that Kevin did.
Well,
Girl and kill?
Girl and kill. I thought Rowan was really hot, and the kill was also one of the best ones in the movie.
Well, buckle your seatbelts, buckaroos, because I actually agree with both of you. The first time tonight, we all agreed on the same two.
Jason X brings us all together.
It really does. We were one off, and Jason Goes to Hell. Had I said Mets Girl, we would have all agreed then, but I had to fuck it up then. And we were kind of close in part two, except I said Vicky instead of Terry for hottest girl. Otherwise, so I fucked up all of us having a triple play twice. So I'm glad I didn't fuck it up a third time. Do we have any other thoughts before we move on?
Can't bring it down the averages.
Yeah. It's what I do best. I bring down people's hopes, spirits, and averages. All right. I get the pleasure of discussing in depth the movie that was released August 15th, 2003, known as Freddy vs. Jason. And before I elaborate, allow me just to say, if you care at all about what we have to say, just look up the podcast, Kenter at Your Own Risk, episode 40, H, like as in Hellraiser. You'll get all of our thoughts there. We don't have a whole lot to add, so we're not going to waste your time just going over the same old shit. But there was at least one thing I wanted to talk about now. I brought it up when we first did it, and now I'm going to bring it up again because I think at the time neither of you guys really had much input about the whole Freddy using Jason's fear of water as a thing, and now that you guys have watched Friday the 13th, doesn't that seem stupid?
Yes.
Yes.
Considering how many murders Jason gets in the water, yes.
That always, the first time I saw it, I was bothered by it, and each time I see it, it's like the biggest flaw in that movie is, oh, well, this is your fear. Well, Jason's been fucking doing water kills since, part 4, I think? So, yeah.
I mean, he's afraid of the chain getting attached to something that's around his neck and, being stuck down there, but...
As most people are, Kevin.
Yeah, no, it's understandable.
I like how they're able to drive, because isn't Springfield...
Springwood?
Springwood, where's that, Ohio?
Yes.
I like how they're able to drive from Springwood to Crystal Lake in, an hour.
Going from...
And Jason's able to keep up on foot?
Not on foot. Warping.
Oh, no, that's right.
Yeah.
He was passed out, but still.
Floated there.
Yeah, well, shit. He had to take a boat to get to New York a couple movies ago, but he's able to walk to Ohio in this movie, at the start.
Hey, at least he rescued that damn dog in part 8.
It's not about the destination; it's about the journey.
That is for sure.
I don't have anything to add because I really do feel we kind of talked quite a bit in depth about it, and I love the movie. It's just I don't have much else to add. Do you guys have anything that you want to add about Freddy vs. Jason before we get to the hotness?
That's all I want to add. I want to add to the hotness.
Chris?
I don't think we can add to the hotness because I think the hotness was already there.
All right, Kevin, give me a raging fucking clue with your hotness picks.
Oh well, the clue is Catherine Isabel, hottest girl.
Hell yeah.
And the hottest kill, I'm gonna go flaming machete through the guy in the keg.
Oh,
At the same
his
time,
name's Shaq. Shack.
The keg shacking.
Yeah. Keg shack.
Keg shacking USA.
What do you got?
Kikshaki. Well, there's only one answer for the hotness. And it's Catherine Isabel Gibb. I went though with Trey. You know, first he gets penetrated by Jason like a bunch of times through his back, and then snapped in half like Sheriff what's his nuts from Number 6.
Mick Garris.
I was like, yeah, there you go. I mean, it was like it's like the best of both worlds.
Yeah. So this time I'm not the asshole fucking up. Kevin is because I agreed with Chris. It's got to be Gibb because we all know my man crush on that lady. And Trey just it's such a good kill. I will say this. As always, I had multiple kills. My second pick was actually Gibb's kill because Freddy's about to slash the shit out of her, and then Jason goes and impales the dude that's about to rape her and Gibb at the same time. So it's like a really good kill where he's preventing yet another rape while killing a bitch. And I quite liked Kia's death because she just says some horrible things at Freddy. I mean, poor innocent Freddy. And then he just kind of like, hey, turn around, bitch. And Jason just, whoops her. And then my number 4 pick was the flaming machete. So, good times all around. And that ends my turn. Yay. Chris, I'm super excited for the reboot, mainly because this was the only movie I didn't watch start to finish, even though I just ran out of time. But I watched it in the theater, so I've seen it.
All right, I got the reboot, 2009, directed by Marcus Nispel. I had never seen this before, and I wasn't really conversant on where it fell in people's opinions of the reboots. I fucking loved it. I really enjoyed it. This, for whatever reason, maybe it was just the time I watched it, but it hit all the right notes for me. There were a lot of kills. There were a lot of creative kills. We didn't have undead Jason, but we also didn't have bumbling Bowfuck Jason out of there. It probably could have been trimmed a little bit. Like we could have done with less scenes of like Clay wandering around looking for his, giving people postage for his sister. The chicks were hot. I don't know. I wasn't expecting much, and I was blown away. I mean, is it a great movie? No, but it was significantly better than what I was expecting. And I thought Derek Mears did a good job as Jason. He was big, but he was fast too, which actually, made me feel like he was more of a threat than just, all of a sudden being able to teleport and fly and throw dogs, with no issues one-handed. I thought it ironic, and I tried to explain this to my wife, but she wasn't getting it. I'm like, the dude from Supernatural is the older brother from the mother from Cobra Kai in the... She's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, you'd have to be there, I guess, to understand it. But Clay was in Supernatural, and his sister Whitney is the mother in Cobra Kai, married to Ralph Macchio. I'm like, the dude's in his 60s, and this was only like 15 years ago, and she's playing his wife. That feels like there's a slight age discrepancy there in the casting.
I mean, it's no age discrepancy like the original Omen.
Well, I mean, you know, shit was real back. I know it's probably not going to rank as high for you guys, but I really enjoy this, so I'd be interested in hearing what your opinions are.
Go for it, Kevin.
All right, so I really enjoyed this the first time I saw it too. This time I didn't. I don't know if it was just because it was the 12th and it was at the end, and it was. But there are also things I like about it. I like that Jason is kind of like a huntsman. He's a woodsman, you know. And there was some cool deaths. I like I liked a lot of the kids. I wish that they, the kids in the beginning, well, not the very beginning of the movie, but like as it starts to get going, that first group of kids that go out there, like, I wish they were around for the end of the movie, because then we get another group after them, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, this doesn't rank very high, but that's okay. I definitely want to rewatch this one again without watching, and maybe next year I'll just watch this one instead of the other ones.
Well, I think it's going to be interesting.
'Cause I'm definitely taking a break from Friday the 13th.
Thing to play with would be like to go and watch all of the reboots that people tried to do in like the mid-2000s and see how they rank up against each other.
Oh, this is definitely better than Nightmare on Elm Street. Not better than Halloween, but to each their own, of course.
What about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Oh, that one was probably better than... I think I like that one better than this one, too. But that one is better than Nightmare on Elm Street also.
Yeah, TCM's really high up on the reboots for me.
Yeah.
Same director, interestingly enough.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. You done, Kevin?
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, we were just discussing, this fucking movie looks like every other fucking movie of that decade that was a reboot. They all look even like Hills Have Eyes, like any of the reboots, I want to say like, My Bloody Valentine, Prom Night maybe, like they all had a certain look, and it was just that era, and there's no getting around it, but, a decade from now, I think it's just going to have a very distinct look to horror fans. I'm not complaining or anything. It's just, it's a very, you look at it and you're like, okay, I can kind of put a date on it. I like that Jason was basically like a professional hunter. We discussed earlier, like, how is Jason eating and all this stuff. Well, shit, he's shooting like fucking bows and arrows at dudes in a fucking boat and bullseye. Like, this motherfucker's on point here in this version, and I like that. I like no clumsy oaf Jason. He was persistent. I don't know. I liked his portrayal. I did not. I was not crazy about Mrs. Voorhees' portrayal. She was okay, but I don't know. Something felt a little off. I like the combination of seeing nice tits followed by Night Ranger's sister Christian. Something about that brings glee to me. I will say that when I saw this in the theater, we're all kind of watching it, and I remember like whispering to my girlfriend, I'm like, geez, they're killing people off really quick. How, like, is the final girl going to get like an hour to herself? And then all of a sudden, like, the title screen shows up, 22 minutes later or something, and the audience in fucking bumfuck, upstate New York, like, half the audience like stood up and like started clapping and cheering, which I thought was also a weird thing, but I was totally into it. I was like, cool. We're all having a good time, you know? It was like the polar opposite reaction that I got from the crowd at Paranormal Activity. So it was nice to be, you know, in a crowd that, I agreed with. And yeah, I had a blast with it. I really liked it in the theater when I first bought it. I really liked it. There are times where I get a little bored with it, but most time I feel pretty good about it. And they're actually just releasing the 4K version either today or tomorrow. I almost pre-ordered it, but I don't really want to drop $25 because I feel it'll be under 20 within a year. I don't think it's going to be that popular of a movie on 4K. And I probably won't watch it again this calendar year or probably not even next year. So,
I appreciated that they crossed over too with the mask into the hockey mask.
Yeah.
Or the bag into the hockey mask.
Mm-hmm. I liked, God, who was the asshole? Like, the blonde-haired guy. I liked...
Trent?
Yes. Dude, he was awesome.
I never saw him before, but he was in that fucking Fubar show with Arnold Schwarzenegger that I just watched a couple months ago.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. But yeah, let me go ahead, finish.
No, go. I don't really have much.
I was gonna say I really liked his death. Like that, like I had like 4 or 5 deaths. I was like, this is the best death. This is the best death. This is not the best death, but I liked it in this one. I felt like, if nothing else, they were creative and not just, say like 3 or 4 where there was a good portion of just knife to the throat, knife through a movie screen, knife to the head, knife through the bottom of the bed, knife through the window kind of thing.
Throwing girl from second story.
Yeah, I mean, that's only like one a movie. I mean, come
Control panel.
Yeah, okay, that's one a movie.
Kool-Aid Man entrance.
I mean, that's Jason.
Check.
But no, you're right. Like they got creative with a lot of kills, and unfortunately, because I just ran out of time today. I don't really have a full grasp of everything that happens in the second half of the movie, so my best kills are really going to be tilted towards the beginning. But I really feel the opening thing before the title card, like almost all of those kills are really solid. Like that's a hell of a start to a horror movie. Not many horror movies have a better first half hour, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good intro.
Yeah.
If you consider everything before the credits.
Yeah. It was really strong. So kudos. And hopefully someday, maybe, just maybe, someday we'll get another one.
We need number 13, right?
That's
Dude,
hope.
We need 13 and then 69.
Yeah.
Just to work out for us.
Well, I think that's a good segue into our hottest girl.
I mean, it would be nice if that was the segue into the hottest girl.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All right, is it cool? I'm gonna go.
It's cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, hottest girl, Amanda. The only thing hotter than Amanda is Amanda getting burned in a sleeping bag for my hottest kill. The smoke coming out of her mouth is awesome.
All right, Kit, you want to go?
Sure. I will say my hottest girl, I don't even know if it was the chick that was like on the back of the boat doing like the jet skiing or whatever. I think that was Chelsea.
Yes.
I was fond of her. But I absolutely agree with Kevin on the kill that she's roasting alive. So like they give us a sleeping bag and then it burns and her body just thuds and that's awesome. And I also really enjoyed Mike's death where he was getting like stabbed from like the floorboards. And even like Richie's death where he's in the fucking trap and he's watching Amanda die. Like all of those 3 deaths are what, 3 of the 4 in the opening. They're all really, really, really good. That's what I have.
Yeah,
The first 20 minutes is fire.
I would agree, and I find it funny in that this is, I think, the first time that we've all picked somebody separate for who we find attractive, because I went with Brie as the girl. And yeah, the death is definitely Amanda. The other one that I was thinking of that I really liked was Trent's.
How does he die? I don't remember.
So he runs out to the road after Jason kills just about everybody else at his house, and there's that pickup truck that stops, and you don't see who's driving it, and he's kind of like, oh, shit, is that Jason? And he walks in, and then Jason appears from behind him, like impales him from the back, and then flips him over and throws him onto this, like the tow hitch on the back of the guy's truck where he gets impaled, and as the guy drives off, his legs fall off because he just separates going down the road.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
I'll offer this thought. If you think about it, in Friday the 13th, 7, 8, and this one, at the very least, you have, like, the secondary antagonists. So you got Dr. Cruz, you got Charles, and you got Trent, and they're, like, almost like the last big death of the movie. That was something they did, like, the later end of the movies. They gave us like they gave us somebody else to hate if you didn't want to hate Jason, basically.
Yeah.
Which is smart. All right. With that being said, can I quickly bounce on the video games? I'm really not going to go too...
Only if you also talk about the series.
You know what? I don't know if I own the series. I've been recording it on my DVR. I used to watch it, but now I don't remember shit. All right. I'm not going to be very thorough here. I will say this. There was the NES game. I don't know when the fuck it came out. Probably late 80s. I remember renting it. The music was fucking great. I will still listen to the music when I'm bored. And... playing it at night as a kid, lights off, and all of a sudden you get that loud music, and Jason rushes you, and you're startled. Next thing you know, you're half dead, and you have no chance in hell unless you have the right weapon. And usually you die because you're a dumb kid. In the game, before you can kill Jason, you have to get the mom's sweater, and I'm not even sure if I was ever good enough to even do that. Because navigating in the game, especially like in the woods and the caves, was near impossible. And then like you're looking at the map and you're on the trail and it's like, oh, I'm pushing to the right. You look on the map and you've gone left. And it's just beyond counterintuitive. A lot of the names though are names from the movies. I think like Paula, Tina, Mark, I want to say Rob. Like I think all the names of the counselors were names from the movies. It was fun for what it was, but it was also too difficult for my dumbass. And even nowadays when I play it, I just don't have the patience to spend the time to quote unquote get good at it. But it's fun. If somebody wants a trip down memory road, just look it up on YouTube and watch somebody do a playthrough. Like you can watch like a 20-some minute playthrough, and it's fun for what it is. I know there was a Friday the 13th on, like, the Commodore 64, but I don't have access. I didn't, like, try downloading it or emulating it, so I can't speak to that. Then we didn't have shit for a while. We did get Jason in Mortal Kombat X, and Chris and I was talking during one of our breaks. I suck at street fighting games, and this is no different. As much as I want to like it, it's like you can pick 3 different stances, and each stance has different move sets, and I'm already bad enough at going like back to down to forward and then hitting X. Like I'm just shitty at everything when it comes to that stuff. So his character was fine in the game, but I was not fine playing as him. I was really detrimental to my own health on that. So I think they did a good job with it. It's just, once again, I sucked at it. The best one, though, came out, I don't know how many years ago, but it was Friday the 13th. The game, it came out on PC, on, I want to say Xbox Series or Xbox One and PlayStation 4. And it was a 7-on-1 game where you'd have 7 counselors working together to either take down Jason or escape with help from the police or Tommy Jarvis, and one player would play Jason, and you could play, I don't know if there's like 6 or 7 different Jasons, and like from like each movie, and he would have special skills like water speed or senses or grip strength, whatever. That game is fucking brilliant, and if you like Friday the 13th, but you're not a gamer, look it up on YouTube, because there's a lot of cool shit, and that game was made with a ton of love, a lot of like cool insight, a lot of Easter eggs for fans, and then Victor Miller threw a hissy fit, and then the game couldn't be updated anymore. Right before then, though, they did implement a cool single-player mode where you go through, like, story scenarios from the games, like, you play as, not Chili, but, the male stoner, and you go to fix the, electric panel, for example. But you're Jason, so you kind of gotta stalk him out. It's interesting. There's just some cool scenarios, and for Friday the 13th game, you couldn't ask for much more. There was going to be more content, of course, but then the lawsuit happened. Finally, there was I say finally, no. There was, I can't even remember the name of the game. Chris, do you remember the name of the game? The other street fighting game? Terror something?
Terror Drome something?
Yeah. We found that online, and look, so I downloaded it. It was like a street fighting game with horror icons. And although it was kind of janky, it played pretty good. And I feel that if you're competent at fighting games, this would be a lot of fun. You can be, Pinhead, Candyman, Tall Man, Freddy, Jason, Michael, Chucky, on and on.
Pumpkinhead.
Pumpkinhead, yeah, Maniac Cop.
Yeah, Maniac Cop. I'm like, who the fuck? Maniac Cop?
So, I would recommend that, but if you're not into street fighting games, it's going to be completely wasted on you. Like, it just kind of looks cool. I love being the tall man and summoning the little fucking Jawas to help me. That was fun. But I didn't get very far. And the final thing that I know of that I actually bought on Steam was a Friday the 13th puzzle game, which after the lawsuit, the designers made a new game using basically the same format, but they called it they called it Slayaway Camp, and it's a puzzle game. All you're doing is you're the killer, and you slide around and you try not to get killed or arrested by the police, and you can't harm animals, but you get to kill all your victims, and then you have to just keep sliding around. It's a thinking man's game, but it's a ton of fun. You'll laugh at it, you'll get mad at it because you suddenly feel really dumb, but it really is a lot of fun. The Friday the 13th version, you could get hints from Jason's mom's head. That was pretty fun. And just a ton of different weapons and customizations for appearance sake. Just quirky fun. Unfortunately, you can't get the Friday the 13th puzzle game anymore in the store, I don't believe. But you can get Slayaway Camp, which is basically the same idea. And I don't think that's very expensive. It's on Slayaway Camp is definitely on Xbox, and I'm pretty sure on Steam, and probably on PlayStation. So I don't know, if you're in the mood for a puzzle game, that's pretty fun. Otherwise, if you still have access to the Friday the 13th game, try out the single player mode. Have fun. Listen to the Tommy tapes, and I can't remember who else. There's tapes of Tommy, and there's tapes of someone else. And it gives you some backstory. It's all fun stuff, but, it depends on how much of a fan you are, realistically. But I would recommend the puzzle game no matter what, if you like puzzle games. I'm safely assuming at least one of you have played the Nintendo game.
Yeah, I played it, and I think you described it perfectly. It was just too hard to get very far. We owned it. My dad bought it. He was a big fan of the Friday the 13th, and I just remember going into the cabins, and then when you were talking about the big loop, like, I remember the map on there, so it makes sense. But the question about the puzzle game that I have for you, Kent, is when you get the hints, are they from Jason's mom's head, or are they from Alice with a pitchfork in front of her?
It is from Jason's mom because she talks about how she's so proud of her good little boy. But she gets mad at you if you dare attack a cat.
Nice.
Animal abuse is not allowed in the game. So it's got its own funny quirks. It really does. I think it's only like $5. I don't know. It's fun. Chris, did you play any of this shit?
Yeah, I played the NES one. I mean, that's it. I would rank it up there with fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles as one of the most difficult NES games back in. It's and a lot of it's just fucking random because not only do you have Jason, I don't remember what like some of the random enemies were, but you have Jason's mom head fucking floating around chasing you. And yeah, it's so easy to die and just get into like a fucking losing loop. You know, like you lose one camp counselor, and then you get fucked up as soon as the next one zones, and then it's just now you're down. You got the shitty one left, not the one who's got the good jump, and yeah,
You're in the boat.
The boat.
exactly.
Get fucking killed.
I believe what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to take one counselor, get like the lighter and like a weapon, then go and switch that counselor out, rinse and repeat, and get all of your counselors to have good stuff so that when you do die, everybody's kind of stocked up, but what fucking 10-year-old has patience for that shit? And then I think, I'm 43 and do I have the patience for it? It's just, it's really something.
The one thing I would like to bring up, because even though it's not really a Friday the 13th game, is it's definitely fucking based on it. Did you ever play any of the Splatterhouse games?
Oh, of course. On, what was that, TurboGrafx or Genesis?
TurboGrafx, and then they released a couple on Genesis. Okay. But yeah, I mean, that mask is fucking... It's like playing a good Jason.
Yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. I mean, hell, they released Dead by Daylight, which was basically a Friday the 13th clone, and that's still going strong. But as of now, they don't have Jason. They have everybody else.
He's the only one because of the Friday the 13th game.
Yeah. Once again, thank you, Victor Miller. Thank you so much. I mean, it's not just his fault, but he's just easier to blame, I guess. I really don't even, I don't have a horse in the race. I just feel that when you get to a point where you're so greedy that you're insistent that a game stops getting updates, like, I don't know, that's like a step too far in your greed as far as I'm personally concerned. But, alright. With that being said, my next question is, are we ready to finally rank the movies? Do you guys actually have everything written out for your rankings?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. Start with number 12?
Yes.
Do you want to are we just going to all go what our number 12 is? And
I mean, I think we all know what number 12 is. I think there's no change. And I will just say it, it's fucking number 5, A New Beginning.
A New Beginning. Me too.
Yes.
I was going to say, if you said anything other than that, Ken, it's
No. I'm realizing right now in a panic that I don't actually have the list. I have everything rated. It's just spread apart. So, that's fine. Do we have anything else we can quickly talk about, like the lasting impact or what you want to see in the future of Friday the 13th before we do this?
Sure. I guess a question before we hit the list would be, if you think of like maybe 4 great like slasher franchises from that time period, I would think basically Chainsaw, Friday the 13th, Nightmare, and Halloween. where would you fit Friday the 13th in the ranking of those franchises overall?
The 4 greatest slasher franchises.
I mean, I'm thinking from the 80s, that period, pretty much it's those. I mean, there are other franchises, and you might have some more modern that you would include in there, but like, would you say anybody else is a more iconic slasher than Freddy, Jason, Leatherface, or Michael? At that point. So where would you fit Friday into your ranking of the franchises?
I would probably go for franchises as a whole, because Texas Chainsaw Massacre would be up there, but as a franchise, it's down pretty low. Probably Nightmare on Elm Street, and then I don't know. It's Friday the 13th, Halloween, and you could switch those probably, and then Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Okay.
Is that how you feel? Is that what you said?
For me, I would probably put Nightmare, Halloween, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and then Friday the 13th. There were good ones, but there are a lot of stinkers too.
Fair. Very fair, yeah. I don't think Friday the 13th has a movie that is as good as Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And I might be able to say the same about Nightmare on Elm Street.
But, I mean, Texas, they got some stinkers in there too, though. I mean...
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, yeah. The second one and the third one, but it gets real bad.
I mean, they all do. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that they all have... I mean, Nightmare on Elm Street 2 exists. Part 5 exists.
The Curse of Michael Myers, yeah.
For years, Halloween 3 existed, and that was negative, but I don't consider it part of the conversation because it doesn't feature Michael, I guess.
Yeah, if we did a Halloween one, we would probably have to do it, but it would be like super quick.
All right, if we're just doing the 4, for me, it's Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, Halloween, then Texas Chainsaw, because Texas Chainsaw has 2 good movies out of the fucking 9. That's not a good ratio at all. Like, the first one's good and the reboot's good. Every other film beyond that is pretty unremarkable, I would say. I love Leatherface as a character, but the franchise itself, whatever. And Halloween, as much as I like part 1 and 2, now that I've watched 4, 5, 6, 4 is okay, but 5's really shitty. 6 is really shitty. H2O's shitty. Halloween Resurrection's funny as hell thanks to Busta Rhymes, but it's not good. But then you got the Rob Zombie reboot, which I like a lot. It's very ebb and flow, whereas I think Friday the 13th is actually the most consistent of the 4 franchises for me. The highs and the lows are pretty in a certain range versus even Nightmare on Elm Street. The highs are really high and the lows are really low for me. So that's the reason why I would put Friday second. And with that being said, I now have a full list, so I can contribute to the conversation better.
Nice.
Awesome. All right. Jesus Christ, thank you.
So is number 12 still a yes?
Oh God, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is it all right?
All right. Number 11, Kevin.
I have the remake.
Ooh. I have.
Yeah, I rated all of them and then just kind of went with it of how I rated them and kind of just let it lay rather than. So go ahead. Sorry.
I have Jason Goes to Hell.
All right. J, go to H. All right. Yeah, that is, yeah, I have Jason Goes to Hell's mine as well.
All right.
Is it because Jason isn't really in it?
No, it's
for the most
because
part?
Kane Hodder's only in it 3 times. I wanted at least 4 or 5.
Oh yeah,
It's because there's not enough of hold on. What was her name again? Julie Michaels, Elizabeth Marcus, FBI.
She
not in
needed
it.
7 more scenes.
and also, and I think it's the worst Jason costume ever. It's like almost like trauma level production value.
The head is like,
Jason.
yeah, it's like pulsating. It's so big. You know, like it looks like the mask is like cutting into his brain scalp. That somehow.
Yeah.
All right. Number. Go ahead. Kevin. Go ahead,
We
Kevin.
all had, yeah, okay, so you guys both had Jason Goes to Hell as number 11. All right, number 10.
Number 10, I have Jason X. Funny. Ironic.
Yeah. I have Jason Takes Manhattan.
Really? Okay. Oddly enough, I'm with Chris again. I don't like where this list is heading. Chris.
Wait, what? Why is it oddly enough
you,
when you
you
don't
and
like
I
it?
don't really agree on lists usually, so I'm a little worried where this is heading. That's all. But kudos to us. We have our same bottom 3.
Number 9. You want me to go? I'll go. Jason Goes to Hell.
Ironic.
Oh, yeah. I guess so.
Ken, what'd you have?
Gosh, I have part 8. See?
Oh my God, I had part 8.
Brewing here.
Bottom 4. All right, I'll start it out. Number 8. Jason X.
Wow. I actually had part 6, Jason Lives.
That's where the streak ends.
Yeah, I knew at this point we're off for the rest of it.
I guess, wow. Part 2 per my rankings. Yeah, that's lower than I anticipated.
All right, yeah. This is surprising. Okay, so number 7, I have Jason Lives.
That's part 6, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Chris?
Yes.
I have part 7,
Me
The
too.
New Blood. Oh, wow. Okay, maybe we are closer than I thought.
Getting back on schedule. There's got to be at least
If we have
one
6
other...
and 2 swapped, Chris, I'm a little
All right,
worried.
Yeah. Well, my number 6 is The New Blood.
Where?
Are we on number 6?
Yeah.
And my number 6 is part 3.
Okay. That's better than I thought for you, Chris.
Actually, I didn't dislike it. It just, like, I really liked part 2 as well.
I have part 3 as well. This is really fucking weird. And
Wow.
I'm telling you right now, these ratings are from 2
All right,
years
well-
ago when I did this, so I'm going off of those ratings alone.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I think it would definitely be different today, though.
My number 5 was part 2.
My number 5 is 3 in 3D.
Mine is... Let's see, so it's gotta be something higher? Wow, okay. So it's gotta be 7.5? Okay. Part 6. Oh my god, we did!
So we did flip them.
Oh, wow.
Alright. Number 4.
Number 4. I'll go. Freddy vs. Jason.
Philistine. I went with the original, actually, for my number 4.
Alright, 5, 7.6. Did I miss something? No, I didn't. Okay. I guess I have the reboot. I have like the reboot and part 1 tied, but I'm gonna go reboot.
Oh. Well, then I guess you can go to number 3 then, right?
Yes.
Is that part 1? All right. So my number 3 is part 2.
My number 3 is Jason versus Freddy.
Nice.
I'll go. My number 2 is part 4 of the final chapter.
Oh.
Mine
All right, why
would
don't you
have
go,
to be
Ken?
Freddy vs. Jason.
Mine would be the original.
Okay, so Kevin and I have the same number 1. Yeah. And
Yes, the final
Chris
chapter.
would...
Was
wow.
This might just be recency bias, but I went with the reboot.
I did not
really
see
liked
that
it a lot.
No.
it- Whoa. I didn't even see that coming.
Okay. Well, part 4 was the clear-cut number 1 since it got 2 number 1s in the number 2 spot. Freddy versus Jason did really good, as did the original. The original, the lowest ranking was a 4. So those are realistically the top 3. The reboot would have done well if Kevin didn't fuck everything up with his 11th ranking of the
Yeah.
reboot.
Yeah, my recency bias was having to see it again so soon.
If we, I don't know if you're going to do it right now or you just want to hit it up next podcast, but definitely see how the whole list turns
Yeah.
out when you finish the rankings. I know Kevin said you had a bunch of stuff you've seen in the theater recently, so what did you see?
Okay, so I went. Well, I'll just do this week. I went and saw The Substance on Saturday, and with Demi Moore. Have you guys heard of this movie?
I've heard so many good things, but I also heard like it's a movie that you don't want to eat anything while you're going to see it.
Maybe a little bit. Yeah, it is. It's body horror in full. Like it's like Stuart Gordon and David Cronenberg. It's very sci-fi and it's very satirical. And Demi Moore has never looked better. And it is. If you can see it in the theater, do it. Because you don't get to see movies like this. My friend who I went to see it with said, because we went really early before a lot of the reviews started coming in about how good it was, and no one really talked about it, and which was kind of odd. Everyone's like, just go in with knowing nothing, and so anyways, my friend's like, oh, I heard a comment was like, I haven't seen a movie this good in the theater since Dead Alive, which was 19
The Peter Jackson one?
something. So
Nice.
yeah, dude, it's got the vibe. I haven't seen any. You don't really get to see movies like that, and they don't make them that much anymore. And if they do, they're more like niche than playing my local neighborhood theater. So yeah, not to build it up too much, but it is wild and so good and smart and just wild. Like, holy shit. And I saw Never Let Go yesterday, the Alexander Aja movie starring Halle Berry.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, after you see The Substance, it definitely doesn't. It's not on that level, but it's nice, woodsy. You're not sure where the horror elements are coming from. Is it just in someone's head? But it really has a good payoff. It really does have a cool premise, and it's it's been a really good week for horror, and I hope to see the Speak No Evil remake if I get a chance before I get back to work on Monday. So just because there's so many good movies, and
I've
and
heard,
maybe Beetlejuice, but probably not.
Kevin, is your mic cutting out a little bit?
And
yeah, it sounds like he's
yeah.
coming floating.
was it?
Yeah.
There was a beep, so I don't know what that was, but I'm good anyways. So
Yeah, I mean we heard you say "Speak No Evil" remake, and then it was cut out for a little bit.
oh Oh, okay, yeah. I do want to see the Speak No Evil remake, and it's been a good year or good week for horror films. And Beetlejuice is still out, but that's way at the bottom.
Either of you guys see Maxine yet?
I haven't got to yet.
Yeah,
Is
it's
it
one of my
out
favorites
like
of the year.
streaming anywhere yet?
I,
On
I
Paramount?
think it's coming to streaming in this week or
Showtime?
next week. Maybe Max. I don't remember which one, but one of them. One of them it's coming out on. How would you rank it compared to the other two, Kevin?
So I would put The Substance better than Maxine. Maxine better than Never Let Go.
I'm at Maxine compared to X and Pearl.
Oh, I like it more. I don't know if it's a better movie, but it's definitely the shit that I love.
I saw the trailer and I was like, yeah, that definitely feels like a Kevin movie.
It's Grindhouse, early '80s De Palma, almost a giallo picture, like an American giallo picture. Like a little bit.
I'll go quick. I haven't been watching too many movies. My wife and I got into Only Murders in the Building
On
with
Hulu?
Steve Martin and Martin Short and Selena Gomez, and yeah, on Hulu. And I think it's really funny. So yeah, I want to say forced, but she hasn't been forcing me because I've been choosing to watch it. So we've been just binging a hell of a lot of that. We're on season 2 now.
And that's it?
Yeah, I'm sure there's something else. I've been reading a lot this past month. You know, like I got out of it because I was doing so much stuff on the internet and playing video games and stuff. But I mean, I've finished 15 books in the last month. So
Wow. Yeah, that is something. Good on you.
thanks, man.
I'm looking for. I was looking to see if I could find a date for Maxine. It is going to be on Max though, because they were originally on Showtime, I think, but Max got the A24 deal, so hopefully soon.
October 18th.
October 8th,
18th. Sorry.
18th. Okay, perfect. That'll be awesome. I can't wait for that. So I've watched a lot of shit. I watched all 4 seasons of The Boys, Gen V, and the animated, shorts. And I really liked The Boys, especially the first 3 seasons, and then the last 5 of season 4. I just didn't care for the early part of season 4. I talked to Chris about this. It just wasn't for me, but they finished really strong. I love the addition of Jeffrey Dean Morgan to the cast. I'm excited for whenever season 5 does come around. I don't think I'm the intended audience for Gen V, but that ended super strong to a point where now I'm kind of hoping that we do get a second season. Chris, do you know if they're actually going to make one, or?
I know. Yeah, they were talking about it for sure. There was one of the ones where they're like, "Oh, yeah, season 2, season 3," and then what's his name died in real life. So I haven't heard anything. I'm sorry, just the black guy.
Oh, okay. Really?
His real name is Chance Perdomo, but I don't remember what his character's name was. But yeah, he died. He was in a motorcycle accident.
He was like the dude that started going with the blonde chick that looked like Emma Roberts, right?
Yeah, until he realized that she'd been manipulating him.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, that girl looks exactly like Emma Roberts. It's absurd.
She really does.
Oh, that's too bad. I had no idea that he died.
Yeah, and since he passed, I haven't heard them anything. But I mean, you noticed that towards the end they started throwing at least the, soup side ones into the to the main show. I hope when you finish, or when the show finishes, I hope you read the comics, man, because I think they're really good too. And it's definitely a different fucking. I mean, it's the same framework, but it's not with all of the modern day timeline shit.
Fair enough.
You know, like certain things I hate. Like I hate the fact that everything just focuses on fucking social media now. You know, what have you? It's always got to have that kind of thing, and maybe it's a fact that it's going to stay that way for the rest of the time that humans exist on this planet. But I fucking hate it. But like to give you an example of like the types of changes that they made. You know, so in season 1, when Starlight goes to the Seven camp, and Deeps has her, you know, go down.
Yep.
In the comics, it's all of the guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And when it cuts to her in the bathroom throwing up into a toilet, Maeve walks in. And she's like, oh, what happened? And Starlight, you know, is crying and tells her, you know, Maeve puts her foot up on the toilet in front of her and says, now it's my turn.
Oh, no shit. Okay.
Yeah. And there's no justice for Starlight, none of that shit. It's,
Wow.
you know, it was a different story. I mean, I'm not even just throwing in, you know, like the political side, like the divide there into modern shows. Mm-hmm. It was really more focused on the superheroes and less on like social media. You know, like the boys all got I forgot what the V stuff that changes them.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like it was only a temporary thing, and they would possibly make they basically turned into the thing they hated in order to be able to fight this kind of shit.
Oh, okay, so Compound V was more permanent.
Compound, and then people knew about it. Like, for example, Mother's Milk is called Mother's Milk in the comics because his mother was exposed to Compound V when he was a child, a baby, and he got it through nursing from her, and 40 years later, continued to nurse from her. You know,
shit. Okay. I was wondering what the name was about because they never explained it. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the kind. It's dirty, and yes, there was certain shit in that comic that was dirty just to be dirty. You know, shocking just to be shocking kind of thing. But I mean, you know, it wasn't just like you had superheroes all working for Vought, which they all were, but you had like the Seven were the Justice League, but you also had an X-Men analog and a Teen Titans analog, and you know, they had supes who worked with them, you know, who were on the good. You know, so it wasn't as this is a show as seen just through like 2016 through 2024 America.
Are they still making the comics?
No, it finished up maybe 100 issues.
Okay. I'll have to see where I can find them.
I mean, if you go to any of like the, you know, like Kindle or Google Playbooks or whatever, you know, that shit goes on sale pretty often.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check that out. Cool. Another thing that I watched, I don't think Kevin did, but maybe you did watch it. Chris, did you watch Fallout?
I fucking love Fallout. Yeah.
I liked Fallout a lot, but I will say that after seeing Twisted Metal, Fallout felt very similar to a point where I was like, I like both shows almost equally, and I know Twisted Metal got no love. And after talking to Eric about it, it was like, I think it comes down to the fact that, you know, so many people have Amazon Prime where, you know, a fraction of that has Peacock, so most people haven't seen Twisted Metal. So I highly recommend Twisted Metal to anybody listening to this that liked Fallout. It's really top-notch stuff, I think.
Yeah, I don't have Peacock, and I don't like Anthony Mackie. So.
Oh. See, I didn't really like him either until that.
If I did, I would have tried. He killed fucking Altered Carbon, so I blame him for that one.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I don't know. I just I keep being like, why? It's like Mean Girls. Why are you trying to make Anthony Mackie a thing? He's not fetch.
I think I mentioned this last time we did a podcast. I've been rewatching The Simpsons, and I'm almost up to like the 600th episode, and I know there's like 150 to 200 more left. And I've been plowing through them, and it was cool where I left off, and going back, like you can see some seasons where they seem super creative, like they got new writers in the room, and then some seasons where they were just down on their ideas, like around the time when they did the Simpsons the movie, because they threw so much of their quote-unquote A-grade stuff at the movie, just like Bob's Burgers did. That season where they did the movie, Bob's Burgers TV show sucked. And speaking of Bob's Burgers, I also started watching The Great White North, and Alanis Morissette as God is quite hilarious to me. So that's good. And football season, so I'm a Bills fan. They're 3-0, so I'm excited for that. And I think, right now, basically, it's a matter of trying to get through, get myself going for October. I got, a handful of days before October begins, so, I don't know. I've just been kind of watching dumb shit along the way as well. So, that's what I have. I do want to throw out something else, though, quickly. I meant to do this when I was talking about the games. I mentioned earlier that I was going to tell you guys how to play Camp Blood. I'm going to tell you the rules really quickly. So if anybody's listening and wants to play Camp Blood as featured in Friday the 13th Part 6, here's how you do it. You can just go online and type in Camp Blood card game, and with some searching you can find it. But the rules are simple. Each player chooses a face card. Face cards represent camp counselors. No one can be the Jack of Spades because that's Jason. Shuffle each card into the deck and separate them into 4 piles. Each pile represents a cabin. Face cards found in cabins with Jason are dead. Once all the piles have been looked in, shuffle the deck, start again, rinse and repeat. The game keeps going until there's only one person left or everyone is dead, and the dealer plays Jason for the bonus round. So, if anybody's listening to this, you can just rewind the past minute and get all the rules. I tried going kind of slowly with it. But like I said, look it up. I found the rules on a website called FridayThe13thFanatics.com for more info. So, I'm actually hoping this month to get with a few friends and maybe just try it out. It seems really simple, honestly. Like a quick game.
Yeah, let me know how that works out. It sounds cool. Actually.
I've bought, I think, three Friday the 13th board games in the past, and most of them have been shit, overtly complicated. So I'm hoping something simple is going to be a little bit more fun. I don't know, Chris. You seem like the kind of guy. Do you play much board games?
Have you ever heard of the game Legendary? It's like a card game that you play on a board. The one that we do is the Marvel version, and it's modular. We've bought 16, 20 of the expansions for it. Yeah, my wife and I play that all the time. I've played I worked overtime yesterday, but I had the day before off and today off, and I think we've played six hands between the 2 days. I have to force her lately though. Sometimes, a lot of times, she's just like I had to stay up the other morning to watch 3 episodes of Only Murders in the Building in order to get her to play one match with me the night before. So
how long does a typical match run?
Probably between 20 minutes and 40 minutes. It's not super long. If you're doing really good, it can go long, and if you have a son who's as interrupting as mine is, it can go even longer. But if you get into a losing cycle, it can go quick. We've lost games in 3 minutes before.
I just got a few weeks ago a Marvel Zombies board game, and I haven't checked it out yet, but I read that it was kind of a simple game to get into, which is perfect for me because You ever play those games where you spend like an hour just reading the fucking rules before you ever get to the game? I don't like that. So, simple is good for me.
Yeah. We played, her dad came over a week and a half ago, visiting us from New Mexico, and we played like a fucking 4.5-hour game of Monopoly. I won, which is very weird because they usually knock me out on purpose.
Did you get all the railroads?
No, they had all the railroads, but I managed to gain the utilities on my first trip around, and like 3 other just things, and by the end I had I was the only person with Monopoly. I had Baltic and Mediterranean with a hotel on them.
Oh, okay.
The only 2 hotels on the whole thing. So
Nice.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
All right. We got anything else? If not,
what are we doing next month?
all right. Next month we are going to do like a 2-part thing. The first part we're going to go through horror. Basically, the idea is horror movies that you can watch with your kids. So we're going to do a PG podcast, and then we're going to do probably just a second episode that's going to be PG-13. Because rest assured, there are actually good horror movies that, well, maybe not PG, but you can find some PG stuff that's perfectly good for a kid, and that's kind of what we're aiming for. And then there's, some decent PG-13 that, some people may not even realize is PG-13. So, I don't know, just like an idea so people can enjoy Halloween with their kids and not always just have to, be worried about, too many tits on screen or whatever. So that's what we got for that. And I guess I do have an announcement. The website got renewed. I finally straightened that out. And 9deuce.com will be up for another 4 years.
Nice.
So, hopefully that means we will be doing these podcasts for at least a few more months. Hopefully.
Yeah.
So, that is my good news at the end. And that's what I got.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Good news.
So, anyway, I had a blast with this. Like, I know we went a little longer than we wanted, but we went...
No, I was just really hoping, like, Nightmare, you can definitely feel that by the time we got to the reboot, like, we were just out of energy because...
Right.
We started at, 8 p.m. and ended at 5 a.m.?
Dude, yeah, that one was a chore, and the fucking Stephen King one was a fucking chore, and the Carpenter versus Craven was a chore. Those 3 stand out to me. But yeah.
Yeah, I was expecting that one to be like a 2-hour podcast, and you're like, no, we're talking about all 70 fucking movies.
Yeah.
Anyways, Internet, you take care, and we'll see you next month. Happy Halloween.
So yeah.
I do think that they should make a 13th Friday the 13th part 69 and be directed by David Gordon Green.
Well, considering that he's losing like all of the other franchises that he was doing, that might be the next one for him to grab.